Okay, there's some kind of... So look, why is it all stationary? Okay. Stay there, hold on. I'm still trying to get everything rigged up. Okay, the delay is really extreme. I don't know. Hey! Wow, hold on. Hi, people. Stay there, hold on, hang in. Hi there, hang in, I see you. What am I doing? Duh. Let's get some sound going here. Gonna play a little song. Aha! Okay, fix that over there. People waiting on the will of heaven today. Gotta tune into what the angels say. Listen for the good news coming my way. Waiting on the hello. Hi, Precious. Hi, Sharon. Hi, David. Hi, Giselle. Supermodels here. Gaia. Earth Goddess Lady. Something like that. Incognito first in. Shh. I won't tell anybody. Cognito. Walking in circles, feeding all the birds. Fabiola. Climbing up a mountain, looking around. Yeah. Smelling all the flowers. This is awesome. I listen to the waves come crashing down. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Gotta tune in to what the angels say. I listen for the good news coming my way. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Smelling all the flowers, staring at the moon. Listen to the waves come crashing down. Walking in circles, feeding all the birds. Climbing up a mountain, looking around. Yeah. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Gotta tune in to what the angels say. I see that, Precious. Waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Yes, real talk, people. This is a place of real talk. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Gotta tune in to what the angels say. I listen for the good news coming my way. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Waiting on the will of heaven today. Don't worry, precious. I seem to offend a lot of people. Somebody just wrote in half an hour ago that everything I write is crap. So there you go. And that note of appreciation, welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I didn't promote this much tonight because I'm pretty like wiped out, but we're gonna do it anyway, just for shits and giggles. Did I get everything? Yeah, hi Doc. What's going on? Kenya, hi. Incognito, I do have you here. Fabiola is in the house. Lana. It's a very kind of romantic Hollywood name, isn't it? Yeah. Hi Gaia. You're that kind of like spiritual space goddess, right? I got that. I got that. Delia. Shots and gigs. Yeah. Oh God. Norin's here, people. Norin. Hi, Norin. What's going on? Hold on, Delia. Hold on. I gotta catch up. Norin. Somebody else. Carolyn. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Shots and giggles too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's Monday. Where are you, Carolyn? Carolyn, if it's Monday for you, you must be like in Australia or New Zealand or the Philippines or something. What's going on? Favorite? Smelling all the flowers, staring at the moon. This was a 30-second movie. Yeah, yeah. Hi, Corey. Hi, Corey. Good to see you. So, Carolyn, where are you? Oh, New Zealand. Ah, I have a soft spot for New Zealand. Corey. Oh, Corey, you're going to get, guaranteed you're going to get a reading. Corey for sure. Special. You're going to get the special. Woo! Wow. I've never done that before. That's scary. The waves come crashing down. Yeah, walking in circles, feeding all the birds, climbing up my mountain, looking around. Yeah, 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 I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Gotta tune in to what the angels say. Manuela, you're on the show. You made it. Yay. A little channel with a tiny little show, but we love it. And I love you guys. Josh, you're the one, Josh. Josh, you're a guy. Welcome. Welcome. There's a lot of estrogen here in the show, in case you haven't noticed. It's nice to have a couple guys to hang around with. Hi, Norin. Josh said that you know Norin is a guy. And he's a spooky, scary tarot reader, too. So don't mess with him, okay? Sharon, yours is Wednesday? Seriously? Well, maybe you can get, like, second dibs. Okay, let's make a show. This is like a cherry picking now. You see that, don't you? Wait a minute, it can't be everybody's birthday. That's not fair. Jeez. It's not, no. DQ, yay! DQ's in the house, people. She likes to make stuff happen. I'm going to play you another song. I'm going to play you another song about New Zealand. Well, it's about New Zealand. Hold on, stay there. It's called The Ether. Stay there, hang in, people. I'm still collecting names. Okay, here.
Laying up and around in our mountains, in our seas and our forests, with all of our stones, exploring one another, pushing our boundaries like new lovers. And you comfort me from there. Then you tell me that you're worried about me.
And people.
Show me through when we're okay. Everything's gonna be okay. You're holding my hand all the way. Our sun is becoming so apparent in our magnificence at the same time too. With your permission and our shared ambition, get the chance to discover our truth. And you comfort me and you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me. And you're assuring me.
Delia, are you saying it's your birthday too? It's not. Seriously?
Everything's gonna be okay. You're holding my hand.
Oh, Fabiola, I'm on the west coast of the United States.
You're holding my hand. Holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way.
Okay, so let's get the cards warmed up. This is a song about hiking with somebody that I love.
Laying up and around in our mountains, in our seas and our forests, with all of our stones, exploring one another, pushing our boundaries, love. And you comfort me from then you tell that you're worried about me. And you assure me through the that we're okay. Everything is gonna be okay. You're holding my hand all the way.
3:33. Wow.
Our innocence is becoming so apparent in our magnificence at the same time too. With your permission, in our shared ambition, get the chance to discover our truth. And you comfort me when you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me. And you're showing me
that we're okay, and it's gonna be okay. Holding my hand all the way.
You're holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way.
I gotta make the notes here for the replay later.
Through the ether.
June 18th, 7 p.m. PST 2017.
Playing up and around in our mountains, in our seas, in our forests, with all of our stones, exploring one another, pushing our boundaries like new lovers. And you comfort me through the ether. And you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me. And you assure me through the ether that we're okay. It's gonna be okay. And you're holding my hand. Holding my hand.
Okay, I gotta make some room here, people. We're gonna start the show soon. Okay. All right. So we are here again. I can't believe we hardly made it. I mean, seriously, it's a freaking miracle that we can be here at all in the first place, if you think about it. Like the technology and everything. I know my poor little computer, I still haven't got the upgrade yet. It's going to be quite a while. But it's amazing that we can even do this at all. And yeah, Nora, I hope this is the future of tarot, at least for tarot illumination, and we can keep it going for a while, as long as we can. And I love taking care of you guys. I love doing this for you. I'm glad I did it. I was kind of forced into it because I kind of do this like, I guess like volunteer spirituality stuff, and I've always done it, and I've always like kind of been very, very resistant, and I only did it when people showed up and they really needed it very badly. But I got a lot of pressure from, let's say, the angels up above that we got to get real with this shit, do it for real. So started doing tarot illumination, and here we are. We're still alive. We're still doing it. So yeah, we're taking names, people. We're taking names. Hold on. I see a newbie, Path Traveler. Wow, that sounds awesome. Like, sounds like a Sagittarius on steroids. Okay, Path Travel dude. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of like freaky lucky with angels. I would definitely not be here on this planet without a massive battery supply of angel support. In that regard, I'm a very, very, very wealthy person. I'm extremely blessed. I'm extremely happy. And I'm extremely lucky. You may not know this to look at me in person if you ever knew, but it's true, okay? So, the reality is, just so that you know, these angels, they're with us all the time, okay? You may not be aware, okay, but they are always present. They are here for you, and they honor you, and they respect you, and they love you from afar and from very, very close by. Oh, here I got another one. Celeste. Okay, Celeste. I've seen your name here before. So anyway, the more you become friends with your angels, and the more they become friends with you. And you know, even if you curse them, like I've done that plenty of times. Like as I try to like, you know, try to get my willpower in alignment with the will of heaven, which is a struggle, quite honestly. Um, I get into a war. It turns into a war sometimes because I feel like I get pushed into things that really don't want to do because I know they're going to be extremely challenging for me. And yet, in the end, I comply because I like hanging out with my angel buddies, and they seem to like hanging out with me. And a lot of honestly, I don't have a lot of guy friends. And the guy friends that I have, I can't really talk to about this stuff. So it's kind of a lonely world for Terra Illumination. But I'm glad we're here and you guys get it at least. Thank God. Like, thank God somebody gets it. And I don't have to kind of feel weird and wussy because I talk about angels and spirits and all of that stuff. I'm not an expert on things like crystals and herbal remedies and all of those like other magical mysterious things, but I do like doing the tarot, and I don't mind messing around with the astrology for fun, you know, just to get it locked down and accurate. I've been gibbering too much. Let's get this show rolling. Let's start pulling some names, all right, people? Oh, all right, let's just dive into it. Delia. Yeah, I've got it. So actually, I was just gibbering, but I was mentioning the name Delia, but your name showed up, and you're right there anyway. So guess what? First up tonight is Delia. Go, Delia. Oh my God. I wouldn't want to be the first up, I tell you. That's scary stuff. Delia, it is you. You are up. We're just going to dive in and do it like we just do this stuff every day. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The excuse me. I'm kind of running on autopilot tonight, people, just so that you know. I'm trusting that things are going to work out because, let's say, I've had to do a lot of astral homework recently, and then getting back into like playing with computers and microphones and loudspeakers and having to like, you know, clean up my deck and all that. Like what I would call earthly duties. It can be a challenge. Like some people are really great at being here on this planet. I'm here under, let's say, under duress, and I accept it. And it's been quite an epic journey. And one day I hope to share more of that with you. But that's a whole other story on a whole other channel, baby. Yeah, to be continued. So Delia, you're up. Here we go. Cards are shuffled. Okay, here we go. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Amazing background music. Okay, here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to deal with it. Okay, Terra Illumination style, taking no prisoners. What's going on in the background? Okay, Delia? Weather. I'm only going to do this one a couple times, and then we'll just go straight for the hard three. So Delia, if you're at a space right now where like your surrounding environment is like conducive or giving you hints that, you know, just say you looked outside the door and you got this funny feeling, it's okay to move on. There's stuff going on in my life, and yeah, it's been great. I've done this, I've done that, I've done this, I've done that, and I regret this, and I loved that, and it was all wonderful. It was part of a movie, but that movie's over now, and it's time to move on. So if you're feeling that, it's like just like a let's move on, like the higher level spiritual advancement journey and all that. Yeah, just go for it. Okay, don't be scared. All right, Delia, you got good people hanging out with you tonight. We can do the group hand holding thing, so don't you worry. What's the situation? Yoo-hoo! Happy, 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 happy. Delia, if you are not now like the ultimate happy, happy card, apart from the sun, then this could be a very desirable energy to carry inside you. In other words, live as if. In other words, if you're not really feeling it, if you're feeling like, well, you know, damn, it's all over. I guess I just have to walk away and start life all over again. It's okay. Taking the higher path. Yeah, sure. Okay. But if you're okay with that and you've kind of already accepted it, then you might just by relieving yourself of the burden of the past, it opens the door to a future of happiness. But this could be in a very serene, but very broad and wide and gentle type of happiness where it's like, you know what? I can be happy by choice, by my own decisions. Okay, even despite having to have, perhaps walked away from what I thought was happiness and love and joy and abundance, because it might be that you've just recently discovered that there's a whole new level ahead for you. You deserve it. Okay, Julia? So that's a great start. It's hard to follow up from there, but we're going to see what happens. So what is the challenge with all this joy and happiness? That's a problem, seriously. Maybe it's all in your dreams. Maybe it's a little bit of wishful thinking, like I wish I could be this happy. I really, really do. And the challenge is I'm scared to wish for it. I'm scared to want for it because it's like, what if my wish isn't answered? Then I'm guaranteed to be miserable. So what's the point of making the wish in the first place? Why not just stick with status quo and just accept life as maybe 1.5 cups or something, and that's just as good as it's ever going to get. So the challenge is, Delia, are you bold enough to wish to want happiness enough where you're willing to invoke it in the energy of let's just say in reference to happiness, I am worthy, I am deserving, and I'm open to receive. Okay. Next, I am ready, I am willing, I am able to receive happiness. Okay. Now, if you're scared of because honestly, happiness is a choice. That much happiness is a choice. You have the right and the ability to choose happiness. Your will, hopefully in alignment with the will of heaven. However, the challenge might be that what is it that you really want? What actually constitutes happiness to you? Even if you're strong enough and bold enough and brave enough to move on and be willing to make the decision to be happy, what does happiness actually mean? Having to make choices between this or this or this or this or this, tuning into your divine inspiration to find out, that could be a serious challenge for anybody. Let's have a look. How are we going to deal with it? Okay, it's really simple, Delia. Just tap into and tune into your passions, okay? I don't want to say that this is a love reading. Energy here, and what it's like, let's just pretend it's like a mini micro love reading, okay? In love with yourself, okay? The way to do this, don't be scared of your dreams and desires and wishes and fantasies. Allow yourself to tune into it, and then make sure you tap into your passions. Allow this energy of sacred opportunity to arrive in your life. Live as if. Tune into what really, really, really turns you on. What is it that literally gets you feeling, almost climactic? Like that's what oh my God, that's what I love. That's what I really want to do. Then do that, okay? Pick that one. Make that choice out of one of these. If this is a little micro mini love reading, if you're scared of where it might be going and all the illusions and delusions, particularly with Neptune retrograde happening right now, allow it to flow, allow the reality check to come to the surface, and still, again, tune into your passions, what you really, really feel passionate about, and allow this passion to come to you, okay? I'm not going to say it's a guy. I'm just going to say passion. We're just talking about the energy. All right, Delia? God, I hope that made sense. I hope you got something out of it, Celia. Please, please have a super evening. Hang in for the rest of the show. You don't have to go yet. It's still early. So, oh gosh, I got to spin the wheel again. All right, we're going to put everything back together. We're going to spin again, and we're going to see who's next. And don't forget, we got to do Corey, and we're going to do Sharon, because you've got birthdays, all right? Lisa, I just saw you on the board. I just took a quick glance. Blah, 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 blah. Where am I? Lisa. Yay. Okay, I got you. I got Delia. Do I have Celeste? Wait a minute. Hold on. I see new names. I see new faces. Hold on. Oh, no, I got Celeste. I got you. Maria. Wait a minute. There's more people arriving. Hold on. I got Lisa, right? I got that. Maria. That's right. That's where I was. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. Porshi. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Porshi, welcome. Hi. Hello. God, we got a crowd here. These are like, you guys are the diehards. You guys who keep the campfire glowing, you know? This is awesome. Remember now, it's summertime over here on the west coast of the USA, so let's not have like a winter campfire bonfire. Let's pretend it's more like a beach bonfire, okay? There's places near me where you can actually still do that legally. There you go. Right, let's have a look, people. We're going to spin. We're going to spin and then name and then shuffle and read, okay? That's how we're going to do it. Well. I got Giselle. Well, Giselle. Thank you, Giselle. Giselle, you are up. Doopy-doo. Doopy-doopy-doo. Giselle. Yeah, Giselle, you here? Wait a minute, I just saw a newbie. Hold on, wait a minute. John Wendy. John, hold on. Stay there. I got to put John on the list. John W. Hello, John. You're a newbie. I'm going to star that. Okay. I recognize so many names now. It's so cool. No, don't tell people where I am. Jeepers. It's top secret. I do this from the FBI headquarters in the middle of town in the basement, okay? I cannot reveal the location. Jeez. All right, so Giselle, can you just type in, let me know we're good, you're ready to receive your reading and all that, okay? That's okay, here we are. Let's just get things organized, people, okay? We're at Terra Lumination Live, Sunday Night Live, Sunday, June 18th, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 2017. This is your show, people. And we're going to read for Giselle right now. So, Giselle, I'm sure you're here. You were first one in the room, so I'm just gonna start reading for it. And if you happen to have to go away really quick and early, you're gonna get your reading anyway, and you can watch the show later, you know, on the replays. All right. So that's how we're gonna do it for you, Giselle. Normally I wouldn't do that because I want to keep it for the people who are actually here, but anyway, we're gonna go for it. Giselle, please, if you can hear, just for peace of mind, could you type it in the screen, let everybody know you're here? It would really, really give me peace of mind. Let's have a look. By the way, it looks like, I'm guessing, like, there's Norin's here, right? Norin's a reader, I know that. And it looks like, you know, path travel, that sounds like a reader. Definitely sounds like one of those, like, spiritual, aspirational reader types. Anyway, I'm just going to keep going. I'm just going to keep going. So, I kind of got distracted by the chat thing. Stay there. Stay there. Well, Delia, just go and get a snack. Don't worry. I mean, we're going to be here for a while, and I'll make sure I don't read for you next. That's all. Traveler, okay. Denise Negron, okay. Denise, I have to put you on the list. Stay there. Denise, okay. Thank you, Denise. Okay, I'll give you thanks, Norrin. Thank you so much. All right, we're just going to do this. Giselle. There you are. Finally, I see your name on the screen. Got you. My God, the delays must be very, very long tonight. Okay, here we go. We've shuffled. We have shuffled. All right, here we go. Giselle, we're cutting. We're going surgically deep very quickly here. What's the situation? What's the challenge? And how are we going to deal with it? Okay, Giselle. If you are wondering about the facts of life and how does this world really work, I wouldn't blame you, because I really wonder sometimes. If you have goals and aspirations to getting it together in this world with your time, your resources, your energy, bravo. It's a very noble journey. It's a very noble wish. And I have a feeling that deep down, you want to do the best you can with who you are and what you've got. So what's the situation? Oh, well, I don't want to turn this into a love reading, but a lot of people see this as like the like a little past life soulmate card. Okay. So maybe you're like hoping to get it together with in that context. Try to figure out and understand. Let's just keep really broad energy here. Let's just say, Giselle, you're trying to figure out and understand, how does it all work with this soulmate stuff, all this twin flame, all your spiritual connections, your divine connection to your divine spiritual mate, wondering how that works. It might be that right now at this point in your life, you're getting a sensation that there are soulmates out there and you can feel them in your life, in your world. And they feel different from the people that you might know in your day-to-day life, like your friends and family, your work and co-mates and schoolmates and all of that kind of stuff. And in other words, there's a whole other layer, a whole other universe going on in which there are these beautiful, bountiful relationships that are just as valid with your siblings and your parents and your best friends. And tapping into this kind of beautiful energy of, let's just say, past lives, okay? It can be very delicious, but it can also be very disorienting. So if you're like delving into this world of exploring your soulmates, wanting your soulmate, maybe thinking you might have your soulmate already, don't worry, there are probably at least 1 billion people on the planet with the same questions, okay? How does it all work? How does it all happen? And there's thousands of videos all over YouTube about all this stuff. Some of it's pretty scary, by the way. That's how I feel. I just prefer to I think it's just best to mind your own business and figure it out for yourself. And that's what we're doing here on Terra Lumination Live for Giselle. If you're wondering about a past life, a past love, somebody from the past coming into your life, and you're feeling all mushy and romantic about it, or wondering what the heck's going on, don't worry. Okay, so what is the challenge with this? Okay, well, coming on a bit strong. If there's somebody from the past coming at you, and let's just say maybe it's like a miniature love relationship reading, like a micro mini reading, and you're wondering what it all means, how it's coming together, how to get it together. Maybe it's like just your own energy wishing you could tune into aspects of your past that are ignored, but really need to be brought back into your day-to-day life, into the present moment. And yet here you are facing the challenge of like to express, wanting to really tap into your passions and really get out there and share. or maybe someone has intentions on you to do that for you or with you. That could be a bit of a challenge in that it might be kind of completely overwhelming. Okay, so if like there's like, if you're frightened of coming on too strong to somebody, or if you're feeling that somebody's energy is coming on too strong to you, that's a problem. In other words, you don't want to overwhelm people. You don't want people to overwhelm you. These things need to be handled in a very gentle manner. Let the love flow generally in a general, gentle way, and find its natural pattern, its natural flow, its natural, uh, find a sense of like stability there. Let's have a look. Wait, how do you handle this stuff? Oh my gosh. So, Giselle, maybe this is a relationship reading, and maybe there's something on the boil, and it's just a little bit scary. Maybe it's a past life love come into your life now, and it's all, maybe is it just a little bit too good to be true? We don't know that. That's your life. It's your business. But it's just, it's like, maybe it's okay to like seize the moment and trust the moment, even though it might be scary. Let's just say, let's just take this as very broad, impersonal reading so that it can be useful to others, not just you, Giselle, as like say a personal, tiny, micro, mini relationship reading. Okay. That this is something to do with a relationship, and wondering how wholesome it is, wondering how real it is, and having a desire to make good out of it and lock it down in a way that works for you. A little bit too good to be true about what's going on. And so that's a little bit daunting, or maybe a little bit frightening to be so overwhelmed by the passions of what's happening. So the way to handle it, a way to handle it might be to allow it to flow. Here's a little, like your little 30-second movie. Let's say you're getting swept along with the passions, and there's like a past life love, and it's starting to manifest. I'm going totally out here on a limb, Giselle, because I don't really know what's happening. I'm just feeling the story as I go along. What I'm feeling is like, let's just say in the old traditional readings, there's an engagement here, okay? Like a celebration of, like a new and almost naive and innocent type of relationship from the past, and it's coming into fruition now, and it's a little bit scary, a little bit overwhelming. How about this for a way to handle it? Allow the energy to flow. Let's say if you're getting a proposal, or someone is proposing to you and it's like an engagement, maybe just say, okay, sure. But that doesn't mean you have to get married. It gives you time to like think about it. In other words, just because things might be showing a momentum to head into some kind of agreement like that, doesn't mean you have to follow through, because that's why they have engagements. It's like a checking out period. It's like a reality check period, okay? So allow that to happen so that you don't have to feel forced into something too fast and too quickly against your will, okay? So allow the goodness to flow and enjoy it. Allow it to manifest to the maximum potential right now, but that doesn't mean you have to be locked in, okay? Actually relates to you kind of almost like as a self-reading about the self, where you might be scared of your own passions coming up to the surface, tapping into some aspects of yourself from the past that really needs to be brought up in the present and enjoyed and celebrated properly. And it might just be that you're a little bit innocent in that regard, not knowing necessarily how to do it or why to do it or what it all means. All this little reading is suggesting is just go for it anyway, allow it to happen anyway, and then see what happens before you make any hard final decisions. Okay, Giselle? I hope that made sense for something to you, for some part of your life and your world, okay? We do what we can. Sometimes we end up with a reading that sounds completely to let's just say the client, but it means it's absolutely crystal clear to someone else in the show. And that happens almost every show. We get something like that. It's kind of weird, but I don't know. Terralumination is kind of weird. So what can you do? All right. So okay. So I'm gonna move on. Yeah, Websy. Oh, Websy. Hi. Websy, what's the matter? Uh-oh. Websy. Websy needs. Websy needs a massive, like, you know what? Let's fucking do this. Just for shits and giggles, just for thrills. Give us a few moments, people. Websy's head is hurting really, really bad. So we don't need to know what's going on. But what I would like to ask is that everyone would just join in like a little micro mini healing circle. Okay, and this is for the benefit of Websy, but it will also help us together here. And let's just see if we can just send at least a tiny dose of love, at least the equivalent of 1 aspirin, something like that, so that we can relieve some of the pressure in Delia's, okay, in Websy's lovely brain. So let's gather around the campfire, okay? Oh, Toshiba, sorry, yeah, I got you, okay. Miss Toshiba. Just take advantage of this moment as a wild card, like a group healing session. And we'll just do it all together as one, like everybody please, in the celestial spheres of Terralumination, everybody please join hands, okay? Essentially like this, selves. And we'll just take a moment, a very simple, short moment. And we'll keep it very, very specific, okay? It's going to be absolutely specific for you, Websy. Okay? Oh, sorry, I got to catch the names. I just saw them. Demora. Okay, and I saw another one. Okay, let's keep going. I'm going to do it twice through. One, a general request, like an invocation for the angels above, and then we're going to make it special for Websy. Okay, so everybody, yeah, exactly. Big breaths, and here we're gonna go. We're gonna go. Dear angels above, we are gathered here tonight on Sunday in this lovely, tiny little micro community where we all seem to be able to like help each other in these kind of weird and magical ways. But it's sort of cool and sometimes it works, okay? So together, on behalf of Websy, for all of us, first of all, to get ourselves in the zone, along with me, you don't have to say it, you can just listen. We ask for the healing power of love to fill our bodies from up above. We ask for the healing power of love to fill our minds from up above. We ask for the healing power of love to fill our hearts from up above. We ask for the healing power of love to fill our souls from up above. Another step, we ask for the healing power of love to fill our relationships from up above. We ask for the healing power of love to fill our loved ones from up above. We ask for the healing power of love to fill our homes from up above. And we ask for the healing power of love to fill our lives from up above. And that's for all of us. And now just specifically for Websy. We ask for the healing power of love to fix Websy's brain from up above. Healing power of love to fill her heart from up above. We ask for the healing power of love to fill her mind from up above. We ask for the healing power of love to fill her whole freaking life from up above. Okay? And we'll just hope that it works some way, somehow, at some point in the near future. Okay? And that's about all we can do right now. But it's something, and I hope it works as well as at least like a baby aspirin or a half an aspirin or maybe 1.5 aspirin. Maybe that's enough. Okay? So thank you, Websy. Fun. And you know what? Just for shits and giggles, because I don't like to see people suffering if they don't have to, we're going to cherry pick right now specifically for Websy. And then We're going to go a little bit wild again. So very soon we're going to read for Corey and for Sharon, but the rest of it's going to be random. See, right now you are up. We're cherry picking. We're doing everything we can to help you feel better so you don't have such a wobbly brain. We don't want too much wobbly brain here. So Websy, you're up, whether you like it or not. Okay? So hold on to your brain. Don't let your brain leak out of your ears. Everything's going to be fine. Okay? Here we go. Oh, yeah, I just saw that note, Path Traveler. I get it. Yeah. We could do that. Maybe we'll sing that later. But right now, I want to try and give some readings to people. Websy, let's just see what's going on. We're going to now attach the electronic probes to your brain. And we're going to go deep inside using the Lumination scanner devices. And we're going to figure it out. And you're going to be just fine. Okay, Websy? I hope you've got it. Okay, here we go. We've shuffled, we've shuffled, we've shuffled. And we're going to be good. It's going to be good. Don't you worry, Websy. And if you end up bawling your eyes out at the end of this reading, treat that as a healing experience, okay? So what's the situation? What's the challenge? How are we going to deal with it? Give her the extra weather in the background. Websy, if you have absolutely no freaking idea of what's going on in your life right now, don't worry about it. Okay? Just allow it to happen. Allow yourself to free fall. I'm free falling, yay! And there's that other thing they say. If you're falling, not how it works, but it's like your wings will open or something like that. Anyway, here we go. Doopy-doopy-doo. What's the situation, Websy? Oh, okay. It feels to me like you have the greatest and most sincere intentions, Websy. Like you really want things to get together. You want to get your act together. You would love to be on the receiving end of some really good, locked down, wholesome, caring person, perhaps from another, a caring energy, perhaps from another person. And it might also mean that, it could also indicate that you might have a lot to offer to others, and it might be wondering, you might be wondering to yourself, does anybody understand that? Does anybody appreciate how much I have to offer? Because the Knight of Pentacles is a very, very, because it indicates like serious reality check card. There's nothing glamorous going on here. He's not worried about war. He's sick of war. There's nothing. I don't want anything to do with war. I want peace, calm, and tranquility. I want to take care of my home and family, the kids. I want to be with my friends and buddies. I want to take care of business properly on a day-to-day basis so that everything works. And I'm talking because I'm a guy, so it sounds like I'm a guy, but it's equally valid for female energy, wanting this kind of energy, to have this kind of stability, long-term stability in your life, and also wanting to be able to offer that kind of long-term stability in your life, perhaps to somebody else. But what is the challenge here? Because like if you're like literally wandering around trying to figure out who am I, where am I going, what am I trying to do, why am I here, and yet deep down you know that you have a lot to offer. So the question, well, let's just figure it out. Let's see what the challenge is. Okay, it's coming to, there's a lot of, okay, it's about grounding energy here, Websy. It feels like you know that there's a lot to offer, and you know that in some ways you're also blessed, like in your surroundings, perhaps by friends and family and people. There's goodness there and wholesomeness there for you too. But the question would be, is it all in balance? In other words, are you giving away to yourself and getting very little in return? Or, no offense, Websy, but are you taking too much from your world and your environment and giving very little in return? Honest about it. So we don't know. I'm not being harsh or judgmental here, but we've got to get it in balance, because this is very much about understanding and coming to terms with the energy, with the attitude of gratitude. Cups is being in the flow of abundance where there is lots of giving and lots of receiving. So if you're out of balance with that in some way, like it feels really out of balance, like how can all this stability that should be feel so far out of balance? I'm scared of like letting go of what I've got in life that equals stability and then coming way out of balance where I might be out so seriously out of balance that I end up like a train wreck. We don't want that, okay? Because this represents a lot of comfort and stability, but it feels like it's in jeopardy in some way because this card is in the challenge position. Let's see how we're going to handle this, okay, Websy? Uh-oh. If this is to do with like being on the receiving end of something that's very unwelcome, like let's say, okay, God, I don't want to turn this into a love reading, okay, Websy? I don't think it's fair to do that on this show. It's just a little too personal. Let's just talk about the energy in general. So, Websy, if you feel as though, let's almost say you're a bit lost, perhaps, in an energy of the dynamics of some kind of relationship type of energy, where things could be good, but things are actually out of balance, and it's so far out of balance that you're ending up with this kind of situation. This is actually in this situation, in this card, in this position for this type of spread. This is about how do you handle it. So if there's something that is so out of whack and so out of balance with what should be very wholesome and stable, then it might be a very good idea to acknowledge and accept that something's way out of whack and then deal with it, as opposed to pretending that this is not there. Because if you are deluding yourself that everything is wholesome and stable and balanced, and yet something inside you tells you that, wait a minute, I have no idea what's actually going on, because deep down we know that there's something way out of balance, okay? And if that's to do with matters of the heart, okay, let's just say it. Maybe there's been a betrayal. Maybe you have betrayed someone. Maybe someone has betrayed you. But either way, the best way to handle your situation right now, if this is even betrayal of the self, okay? If you have been very unloving towards yourself, okay, which we are. A lot of people can be very, very hard on themselves, very brutally hard on themselves in very self-destructive ways that lead to serious imbalances, even though you have the potential to have everything nice and stable. The way to handle it is accept that things are out of balance in some way and deal with it, no matter how painful it is. And I don't have the remedy here. That's a whole other reading about how we're going to accept the pain and work through it. That's a whole other thing. But at this moment, in this time, in this little reading, Websy, in order to, let's say, get some relief of the headache, admit that there's a problem, okay? And allow the energy of, let's say, if there's deep pain and suffering, allow that to surface. Allow it to flow. If you have to cry, cry, okay? It's very, very important that whatever needs healing needs revealing, okay? So I'm not going to do any more chants or anything here right now, because we've dedicated a lot of the show to Websy and her headache, but this is prevailing and relevant to everybody, frankly. So whatever pain and suffering is there, please allow it to flow and come to the surface, and we'll deal with it later another time, okay? In some kind of way. All right. So we're going to move on. Thank you, Websy. I hope I didn't hurt your feelings or touch on too many very painful issues there. Okay. So we're just going to move on. This is just a live, fun show. We got a lot of people to read for. I know I'm missing some names. I can see it already on the board that I'm missing a bunch of names, because we're way beyond 18 right now. Oh my God, we're up to 27. Abby, Abby, you're in the house. Okay, hi, Abby. I got you, Abby. Good evening, dear Abby. Okay. Have you ever heard, wasn't there kind of like a famous newspaper self-help person called Dear Abby? Oh. Noel. Okay. Okay. Wind blows through. Wind blow. I'm just going to call it wind. Okay. Wind blow. I don't have any more room. Wind blow. Thank you. It says T. Hold on. Somebody wrote. Celeste is writing TL. Can we ask a question? Okay. I'm just seeing that on the screen now. Yes. What is your question, Celeste? What is your question? Hold on. I've never done this before. I've never done a question, been asked a question. So what is the question? And you said, can we ask a question? Who else wants to know? What's going on, people? What's going on? I hope it's a question that I can answer, because there's certain things that I'm not going to answer. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. Okay, I'll keep an eye on the screen for whatever that question is, but I'm going to keep shuffling. I'm going to pull a name. All right. You have to make a very quick, hard decision. Okay. All right. So Celeste, what is this? Well, are you looking for a reading specifically to make the decision? You don't know if you should move on with your life. Okay, well, that's a reading, okay? That's a reading. So this is random live show. And Celeste, it sounds like you're asking for a specific reading right now. And what we do here is totally live random. So let's just say, hope your name comes up. But I want to stick to the format where we're just going to go blind and read for as many as we can blind, okay? Iris, okay. So Celeste, if you want to, we can go do a private reading, okay? I don't want to get into that because it's a very specific personal private question, all right, Celeste? And your name is here. I know I saw you on here. Where is it? Where's Celeste? I know you're here. There you are. Okay, Celeste. If you want to get into it, we can do a mini private reading, okay? So go to tarotlumination.com. This show is open tonight where I don't want to know. It's better we don't know the personal stuff. You can reveal it afterwards if you get a random reading, but I'm not doing that format on this show right now where we answer questions live, okay? You just spin a bit. I'm going to spin. Sorry, Celeste, I don't mean to disappoint you, but it's a live random open party night. It's a tarot party, but it sounds like you want to go private, and I know it's quick, but okay, hold on. We're moving through. All right, Corey, we're going to do it right now. Corey, are you still here? You're going to get your reading. All right. Here you go. You're up, Corey, because we promised. Okay, we made a promise. Okay, I can't even promise a reading, Celeste. I made a promise, Corey, because it's her birthday. And sometimes we cherry pick towards the end of the show after people start going, and you know it gets tired and it's late and everybody has to go. And I can start to feel the energy of people who really are actually almost like desperate for a reading. But for now, I just want to go. We're going to go blind. We're going to stick to the format and have some fun. Okay. Corey, you never know your luck. Let's keep going. Corey, you're up. All right. Here you go. All right, Corey. Thanks for hanging in. I hope I don't hurt anybody's feelings or touch on too many nerves. Sometimes I feel like I go way off on the tangents from the energy that I pick up, and I just have to call it out. And I just pray that it makes some kind of sense for you guys. But I'm glad that you're very tolerant and that you allow for a lot of, let's say, subjectivity and wiggle room for tarot illumination. It helps me, you know, because it's not like astrology where you can get very precise. Let's have a look. All right, Corey, we did a very even, balanced reading here for you. Split, I mean. I mean, sorry. Let's have a look. Here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to deal with it. All right. So Corey, on your birthday, if you're feeling like, let's do this. There's a quickie here. It's the 8 of Swords. If you're feeling like in your environment around you, there's a lot of stuff that you know you need to handle, you know to deal with it, but you're just not willing to deal with it right now. Don't worry. There's literally billions of people with the same issue. Okay, so you're not alone. It could feel as though you're being tested right now. So birthdays themselves can actually be quite testing. This is personal experience. Whenever I have my birthday, it feels like I personally want to celebrate, frankly. I don't know why, but anyway, this is your reading, Corey. Uh-oh, Corey. Are you hooked on something and you're just not admitting it? Okay, whatever it is, and it's like, let's just say you've got an awful lot of like niggly, annoying little issues going on in your life, in your world, and it's at the point where you know they're there, okay? You know you got to deal with it, but you don't want to deal with it. Sometimes this can indicate like you might be an expert self-medicator, okay? You might be one of those people who are just really, really good at getting it all locked down properly. You have exactly the right amount of Starbucks or caffeine in the morning. You get your special energy drink shot at the right time. You zone out with your pot and weed in the evening, or maybe like have 3 shots of like vodka and exactly the right amount of lemon and salt, and everything's perfect. And then you do your spinning and then your Pilates, and then you do the right yoga and you do all the right stuff. That's an indication that all your problems own you, okay? Instead of you owning your problems. In other words, up and tied up with the problems, that it becomes just, your whole life just becomes one endless process of self-medication. Very elaborate, very subtle, very, very advanced forms of well-intended self-medication. But in essence, you end up in bondage to all of that stuff, which is not so cool. It's almost like you are owned by your issues, okay, as opposed to rising up and dealing with the issues. And so this could be like you're an expert at shoving things under the carpet in ways that feel good at the moment, but actually don't really help in the long run. And it could be also, here's another thing, going even a little deeper, Corey. I don't want to hurt feelings or anything here, but sometimes we can be so absorbed and owned by our issues that becomes our whole identity. And so in other words, let's look at it this way, Corey. Let's just say you decide to pick off every single one of your issues that pisses you off, and you know it's screwing up your life, and you're fed up with this, and you, fuck that, I don't want to do that. This stuff sucks, and I hate that person. I wish I'd never done this, and this, all the crap that's not being dealt with. And what happens is all of that crap owns you, and you start identifying with it to the point where you don't see or know anything else. And we do a truly effective way of self-healing and start removing all those things. It becomes so painful trying to remove the issues that you don't actually want to heal. It's almost like, I would rather hold on to all of my issues. Thank you very much. Leave me alone. I love being a self-medicator. Fuck off. Leave me alone. I have a perfect system and it works. Thank you. All right. I'm not saying that's all of you how you are, but because this is I'm going wide for everybody. But if there's something like that happening with you, Corey, let's handle it. So what's the challenge? Might be that deep down, you're just kind of in the dumps, kind of in the doldrums. Maybe you are so absorbed and owned by, let's say, lots of little tiny, tiny annoying issues that add up. I feel like life sucks, okay? And it's a challenge because this is all about the energy of could have, or would have, should have, and I love doing that, but it didn't work, and this should have worked out if only this, and I wish I had done blah, 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 blah. And all that time, you get so consumed by your issues and problems and ways to handle them in what might appear to you to be a very methodical, sensible way. You're actually just avoiding, which is to accept love and allow the healing power of love to move through your life and dissolve some of this stuff, dissolve some of these bondages and trappings of very like self-convincing type of self-healing issues, self-healing practices, which actually aren't helping that much. So if the challenge is accepting that you might be down in the dumps, but you don't want to accept it, because if you accept that you're down in the dumps, it's all the issues that need facing that own you. So that's a problem. So how are we going to deal with it? All right, kaboom. You're just going to put it all down. In other words, it's almost like just admitting it. I have issues. I got issues. I need help. I need attention. I need some tender, loving care. No, I've got this whole system worked out for how to do it. And the challenge is, the reality, it's not working very well because you're still in the dumps. And so from this perspective, from my reading here, the way it feels to me, Corey, is if you've got so much going on, so many issues that need help and healing in some way or another, the thing to do is to admit it and just put them all down. One by one, you have to set them aside. But this tiny little reading turns into a very huge reading if you look at it that way, because it means you have to like ceremonially go into your life and your world and examine all of your issues that equate to being overburdened with this, stressed about that, pressured with that, where it's just all too much and you wish you could put it all down, and of making a decision to solve your issues. Then fine, that's what needs to be done. The problem is letting go of your issues, okay? The way to let go of your issues is literally let go of them. And it might be painful to do that, but that's actually like opening the doorway to healing, if that kind of makes sense, okay? So, like, how am I going to say this in such a way so that I don't hurt your feelings? So, Corey, it's almost like be willing to give up. It's almost like just say, okay, I give up. I give up. I admit I got issues. I need to just put them all down and let myself fall apart. That might be one of the healthiest things you could do, is just let yourself have a complete and utter breakdown and then start all over again. I know that sounds insane and maybe not a very like helpful type of reading, but that's what I'm feeling. It feels like you really need to admit the issues are there and come unglued from them and your ways of handling them right now, and accept that you've got the issues, and then we're going to deal with them later on another show at another time. But right now, it's all about putting them down, just literally saying, give up, I give up, I'm just going to put it all down, and then start fresh, okay, some way, somehow. All right, Corey, I hope that helped in some way. I seriously do. I really hope I didn't hurt your feelings or touch on issues that you really didn't want exposed in public. But, you know, stuff happens here on this show sometimes. I think you know that. A lot of people know that. Let's have a look. Oh, God. All right. So let me just check something. I got to make some notes. Give me a moment here. I got to take a sip. I feel like I'm going really slow tonight. Like I'm not reading anywhere near enough people quickly enough. Delia, I just read for you. Corey, I just read for you. Giselle, just read for you. Websy, I just read for you. So let's keep going, okay? Let's keep going. I want to make a note of something. I gotta write something here. Hold on. Bear with me, people. I'll be right there. Give me a second. All right, that's enough. So I'm going to move on. I'm going to spin and pull another name. Fabiola. Wow. Fabiola, have you been here before? I don't recall the name. Yes, oh, wait a minute, I'm sure. Fabiola, you're up. So sorry, people, if I go off on a tangent and it makes absolutely no sense to you, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I just do what I can here. Fabiola, you are up. Okay. So, you know what, Corey, there are other readers here in the room. And sometimes if you work really fast, you'll get a second opinion live. Okay, it actually happens. It's actually happened a couple times on this show because there's a few other readers here. Fabiola, you're up. Fabiola, you're new. Well, you are up. Okay, Fabiola, you are in the house and it's all about you now. Where's my pen? Damn it. I need my pen. Fabiola, you're up. Sometimes I get really, really spacey and I have no idea what's coming out of my mouth. It just comes through and I just pray it makes sense to somebody in the show, even if it's not for you, the person. And that's about as good as it gets here. All right, Fabiola, you're up. Oh, hold on. All right, here we go. Let's have a look. Let's try this, see what happens. And I'm going to break up the energy now. I'm going to try to start to move things along a little bit so I can get to more people, okay? We got 30 people in the room, so that's already way more than Tarot Illumination can handle, but we're going to do what we can, okay? Fabiola, here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to handle it. If you're in a time of life where it feels like you got to make big decisions, especially with regards to matters of the heart, okay, we'll deal with it. Okay. Hoping, praying, and wishing for the big one, so to speak. Okay. This is normally like what I see as a sacred card. It's a gift from up above, and it comes into your life, into your world. Now, it could be something that you're wishing for, or it's something that you have already. If you have this already, this is the Ace of Pentacles, and it's a gift of opportunity for in your life in very tangible ways. Anything to do with money, resources, houses, jobs, careers, a love life that works, having a job that works, having work, having your material, physical, tangible substance of life work properly. Okay, so this is really good opportunity. If you're not feeling it and you're wishing it, that's great. If you're just kind of like making a decision or not, and you're aware that it's there, and the question is whether you accept it or not, that's a whole other issue. Because with this card of sacred opportunity, it's very much about the idea, like, treat it as a gift from heaven, falls into your lap, and then the question becomes, are you ready and willing and able to accept this? Okay, so whatever that gift might be, maybe a person, a job, a career, or an opportunity, or a thing, whatever that might be, challenge in accepting. Okay, perhaps you're worried that it's going to get stolen, or maybe there's like a sense of like what if it doesn't work out? Like, what if I accept this awesome thing? And let's say I make a decision to accept this awesome opportunity and it doesn't work out. It gets stolen, or it gets ruined, or I screw it up, or it's not real, it's just fake, and it was just a bunch of lies, and I'm getting screwed over. That's a problem. Seriously, want that. So how are you going to deal with it? Okay, accept that, let's see, not say accept that it's okay to accept. Even though you might be terrified that things could go wrong, and even though things do go wrong on a regular basis, even though people screw each other over in their innocence sometimes, or deliberate, sometimes you screw other people over in your innocence, or whether it's deliberate, that stuff happens in life. But the thing is, what this little reading here is suggesting, Fabiola, is to move on anyway, and even in your innocence, make a decision to accept the opportunity. Even if you don't fully understand what's going on, even if you feel like maybe you don't deserve it, even if you don't really fully like know if it's actually worth doing or not, suggesting to go for it anyway, accept it, and figure it out as you go along. Okay, that's just the little Page of Pentacles here, who has all the best of intentions. And the way I read the card here is like, act as if, and don't be ashamed, or don't be frightened, or don't be scared about what could go wrong, because everything can go wrong all the time. And if you live your life in a constant state of fear of how things can get fucked up, then you know nothing much happens. So if you're willing to make bold decisions and just like take a leap of faith and make a decision, opportunity, even if you don't fully understand it, then that might be a good way to go. Let's just see what happens. If you want to, you can write and let me know. You can go to tarotlumination.com and let me know if this made any sense to you later on. Okay, Fabiola? I hope that made sense to you in some way or another. I hope so. Or if not, maybe it was useful to somebody else in the room, in the house. Okay, I've lost track. I've lost track of the screen completely. I don't know where I am anymore. Stay there. Give me a moment. I saw a bunch of new stuff going on. Okay, I'm lost. Okay. Hey, thank you, Celeste. I hope it has made sense to somebody. Yay. Okay, we're gonna spin. We're gonna get somebody next. See who's next. Demora. Demora. Are you a newbie, Demora? I hope I said that right. Did I say that properly? Demora, you are up. Hey, thank you, Gaia. Obviously, because my world is like you're probably aware of that in your own world, but it's very, very, what I would call a very rarefied world. Day-to-day life in my world, the way my whole world works. I'm not saying it's lonely, but what I am indicating is that it's like in day-to-day life, finding people on the similar frequency. I know there's a lot of them out there, and it might be close enough, but I like it when it's like dialed in. I like it when things are dialed right in. And I know tarot illumination doesn't work for everybody. I get a couple of people writing in saying this is a pile of crap. And, you know, fine, go to another channel, it's fine. But every now and again, if somebody endorses tarot illumination and says, wow, you got it, man, you were spot on, that's cool, thank you so much, that really, really helps me to keep going. Because a lot of the times I don't know, because you guys are all so far away on the other side of the screen. At home, and we could just sit around here in a nice big living room and hang out and do all that stuff together live. I would love to do that. Oh my God, that would be awesome. All right, let's have a look. Demora, you're up. Did I say that properly? I hope so. Yay, yay, here we go. All right, we shuffled. You witnessed. Demora, here we go. This is for you. We're just cruising along now. We've kind of settled in the groove. Here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to handle it. What's going on? Attitudes of gratitudes, Demora. Is everything in balance in your world? Is everything just like how it should be? Are you very, very good at receiving? Are you good at giving? Is everything in balance? That seems to be the vibe here. So let's have a look. What's the situation? Oh, maybe, maybe not. Maybe you're lost and confused. Let's say trusting your intuition, okay? Maybe deep down you know that, let's just say you know, like on an intellectual concept level, like the laws of attraction, the energy of abundance, like, you know, if you're very, you know, be loving, be loved. If you're very generous, at some point that's going to work for you. If you're overly generous and you're giving away to try and avoid receiving, in other words, some people do that, that's not healthy. It needs to be in balance. You need to be able to be very, very willing to receive, like to give, and get it all in balance, okay? So if something's going on and it doesn't make any sense to you at all, in terms of like harmonizing and balancing out your life, that's understandable, especially with Neptune's flipping retrograde right now. It might be happening in very, very subtle ways, in such a way that, like, there might be a lot of, let's say, subconscious things going on inside of your life and your world right now, which might leave you feeling very disoriented, like almost like scary, like having scary dreams, premonitions, feelings and thoughts, anxieties, wondering about life. How is my life going? I don't really know. Oh no, woe is me. So, you know, I don't want to scare you here. I'm just calling it out as I feel it for you, Demora. It might be that you're already like aware of these kind of energies of intuition and having to trust in like going blind in situations, and a little out there in your world around you to act as guidance that you can trust, which is what you would normally like to have, which is what everybody would like to have. In other words, a good, clear roadmap of life about how everything works just nicely, so that it's just nice and balanced in the middle. Not too much of this, not too much of that. And contrast, if you're feeling really wobbly about things, well, let's see, what's the challenge? You might feel that you're out in the cold. It might just feel that things are actually really out of whack for you. It could be as simple as money. Maybe you're just scared about not having enough money, that things aren't going to work out in regard to your like day-to-day life, job, school, money, career, finances, debts, college loans, savings, mortgages, whatever it is, cost of living, everything. Okay, it could be anything as simple as that. And deep down, knowing a more harmonious and balanced way of being, okay, and yet feeling like, let's just say it's almost like you might have got knocked on the head, like, doing, what the hell is happening in my life? Oh my God, why do things feel stable when truly I deserve stability? And so it might be that you're really scared of getting dumped or things not working out. And if you tune into that fear, that's a problem, okay? That fear can own you. So that's a very dangerous place to be, okay? You don't want to let your fears of lack, even though you might be terrified, you can also trust intuition and know that you're going to be okay in the end, some way, somehow. At least give you a chance to figure it out through the show tonight. Okay, maybe. Okay, so dear Maury, maybe there is a. Maybe it's about time that the truth comes to the surface in some kind of situation, in some kind of matter of your life that has been hidden, okay? And that is causing you a sense of instability and feeling lack and loss, left out in the cold in some way or another, because maybe you made poor decisions in the past about who am I sharing my life with? Who's sharing their life with me? Are other people dependent on me? Am I too dependent on other people? And feeling unstable right now. Well, the way to handle it is maybe be like brutally honest with yourself and have a really good look in the mirror, and actually, let's just say, like, wake up, wake up, wake up, Demora. Let's face the truth here. We really, really, really need to know what's going on in a very clear, crystal clear manner, so that you're not led around and swayed by fears and optical illusions about woe is me, why is everything, it's possibly falling apart. We don't know, because things are supposed to be in balance. They're not. Sometimes the ebb and flow of life takes us way, way out of balance, and then we have to, so far that you end up feeling very wobbly and pukey and dizzy and everything, and coming back into balance and harmony, so that this more balanced card, maybe the thing is that there's some serious truths that need to be addressed and faced, and just deal with them, okay? Whatever they are, whatever they might be, and like a very like sharp awakening, like it's almost like you need to call yourself out and say, enough, 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 enough. I, Demora, I decided I'm going to take charge of the situation. I'm going to figure out this and what is so confusing about this part of my life, and why there's this sense of lack, okay? You need to like I'm just going to say it, take a really cold hard look in the mirror and ask, almost pray to your angels, what is the truth? Please tell me what exactly I need to know this crappy stuff, okay? Respond. They really, really will, okay? So don't worry, you're going to be fine, Demora, okay? I hope this helps for you to regain balance. So moving on, we're going to keep moving, people. We're just going to keep moving. And I hope this makes sense to somebody, all right? Let me pull a name, then we're going to shuffle. I've got to find the board. Okay, it's over here. I'm going to spin again. One blessing. One blessing. One blessing. Does that make sense to anybody? All right. One, I'm going to write it as I got it here on the board. One blessing. Okay, we're reading. Okay, we spun it and I landed on one blessing. So that's whoever this is. Please, can you step up? I'm going to do it like this. Hey, I saw that about a cool new job. Whoa, that's big. Hoping it works out. Oh my God, that might be the reason why you might have feel a bit wobbly. Okay. Sometimes, you know, a tarot reading will touch on things that are very deeply hidden, that are not apparent in your day-to-day wake consciousness. I just want people to know that. It happens very frequently when I do the private readings. Like stuff comes up that people didn't even know was buried inside of them, and then it becomes like an oh no moment. They're like, oh my God, oh God. I thought I was going to get a reading about this, but then I got a reading about that. And that can be a little daunting sometimes. Anyway, Demora, thank you and congratulations. I hope you got something out of your little reading, and that you can have a super transition, and that it does actually work out, and you'll get all the stability that you deserve. Okay. All right. All right. Demanding one, yes, it's absolutely too late. You're so demanding. You're completely unacceptable. It's absolutely unacceptable demanding. You are so demanding, but guess what? I'm going to put you on the list anyway, even though you're so demanding. All right, there you go. Okay, everybody, like, it's like, good luck, Demora. Safe travels. You move next Sunday, so you probably won't be here on the show next Sunday, but once you're settled in, please come back and tell us what it's like in your new job, your new situation, okay? Please write it into the comments or send it into terralumination.com if you want to go private, and or if type it in right now, or like just show up, okay? Just show up to the show, you know? Why not? Jade Jay-Z McKenzie. Okay, that's way too much to put on the board. I'm just going to say Jade, all right? It's Jade. Anyway, we are now reading for One Blessing. One Blessing, are you still here? Okay, thank you, Demora. Okay. So, have I missed something? Is One Blessing already gone? Did I get this right? Did I write it properly? If you're not here, can you type it into the screen really soon? Otherwise, I'm going to pick another name. I'm going to shuffle for a moment. God, we're up to 30 people. Wow, that's awesome. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Well, I'm not getting any response from one blessing, so I'm going to put that aside, and we're going to pick somebody else. Sorry, people. Sorry, I'm going to spin again. I've got to take the wand out. I've got to spin again. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Lana. Lana. Such a gentle name. Lana. Is Lana still in the house? Lana, are you still in the house? Ooh, how am I going to do this? Okay, here we go. Hold on. Lana. Lana, you came early. If you had to go already, I understand. It's pretty late. It's Sunday night. Everybody has to get up early and go to work and school and all that stuff. Take care of the kids, all of that. Lana, are you up? Are you up? Primary. Hi, Primary. I got you. I got you. I got you. All right, so. Ha 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 ha, Path Traveler. Ha ha ha. I know that trick. I've seen that before. Lana is in the house. Thank you. It seems to take a while for the names to come up on the screen, but we're going to go for it anyway. Lana, thank you. Welcome to Terra Illumination Sunday Night Live, June 18th, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's here. And we're just going to keep rolling. The show is only just beginning. We still got time to go, people. Don't you worry. Okay? All right, Lana, you are up. Let's just see what happens with these freaky weird cards, okay? No reversals, nothing. No oracles, nothing. We just keep it bare bones, stripped down, really simple, because otherwise it just gets way too freaking complicated. All right. So, what's the situation? What's the challenge? How are we going to handle this, Lana? What's going on? Lovey-dovey. Let's just say dreams and wishes. The giving and receiving of love. It's probably one of the most fundamental energies that we talk about on this little channel. That's where I kind of focus. That seems to be where my focus is. But it's in the broad sense. I'm not saying romantically. It's just that it's a it's the ultimate power and force and energy of the universe. It's the healing power of love. It is the energy of heaven. And it's very nice to be on the receiving end, however that works for you. But it's also helpful to know that, you know, when you are loving, you are loved. So Lana, you might know a lot about this already. Maybe you're already like totally in the zone of being very, very loving, and you're just waiting to be loved. So patience is a very, very, very valuable survival skill. Just being able to wait on the will of heaven, put it that way. You're at least, well, you're at least holding on to what you got, okay? Which makes sense because this world is a very wobbly place. So if you're looking for stability in matters of the heart, that's understandable. What can often happen is that we get these conflicting energies where, like, everything that we want, which we might feel like this deeply passionate, climactic, orgasmic type of bonding union with another, be absolutely terrifying to the point where, actually, I don't really want that. Because when genuine love moves into your life, it can be, okay? So the problem happens is, like, problem. And anyone who's deeply in love and shares their lives very intimately would probably admit this, that even though things might be feeling very safe and stable in some ways, deep inside there's still this always perpetual current of intimacy and separation. We intimate and we separate, just like the waves of the ocean, and it is a perpetual process. It's a never-ending journey. Can't stand it. Just the slightest variation in the ripples of intimacy and separation can strike fear and terror into our bones. And so we look for ways to stabilize. We look for ways to lock it down and say, this is how it's going to be. You do this, you do this, you do this, I do that, I do that, I do that. And you call it stability. And then all of a sudden, well, gradually, stability starts to become status quo, which starts to stagnate, which starts to fossilize, which starts to sort of eventually almost become like, well, what were we doing? So Lana, if you're like, let's say, seeking stability in your life, especially in matters of the heart, where a lot of people are seeking stability right now, because that's 99% of what happens on the readings when people come to Tarot Illumination, because there's a lot of wobbliness that goes on in the energy of love and relationships, and we do what we can to fix it. So a lot of people, what they want is stability. They're wrestling with this soulmate twin flame stuff all the ascension purposes. What happens when my past life lover appears, and all these kind of things. And deep down, the other side of you is just like, I want stability. So everything works just fine like clockwork. Well, that can lead to suffocation and stagnation and a little bit of like, it's just like, it's too compressed. It's not allowing enough room for the currents to ebb and flow in a natural way. So what is the challenge here? Obstacles going on here. It might be we're dealing with money issues. Or well, let's just say it's money or relationships or stability in the home, something like that. It might just be that, Lana, you're becoming aware of destiny is unfolding in this world, and you might be a little getting unraveled, like, oh my God, you know, if I'm concerned about stability in my life right now, and the wobbly, and there's this feeling of wobbliness, whether it comes from love coming to you or wherever the wobbliness comes from, that creates this desire to hold on to stability. The challenge position would be to understand and accept that you might have been, well, you not might have been, you are the creator of your own destiny to a large extent, whether you realize it or not. Be starting to see the fruits of your own labors or your own previous decisions coming into manifestation, but it might be happening in ways that you might not be satisfied. So in other words, the challenge might be coming to a realization or an evaluation that things are exactly the way they are because they are exactly the way they are because there's no other way that they can be. And so you have to accept responsibility. Where people don't want to do that. They want to outsource things to fate or heaven or the angels. But this is very much about understanding that wanting and creating stability is great and it's wonderful, but you don't want to do it to the point where it's just restrictive. Okay? So if you're scared that you've made some wrong decisions and things are starting to turn out in ways that you didn't expect and didn't want, that's a problem. Even though you might have the best of intentions, whether it's matters of the heart, matters of love, home, business, finance, whatever. So how are you going to deal with this? So one good way to handle it is, let's just say you're not fully aware of the laws of attraction, okay? And you think things happen for a reason and they just, like, you can work it out, and you think that, well, myself will do this and this and this, and we'll get stability, and everything's just going to turn out just fine. And then you discover it doesn't actually work that way. You discover that there's a whole lot more going on, and it might be an idea to admit your innocence. Look at the little Page of Wands here. Page of Wands is very, very aspirational, has great ambitions, great desires, and the best of intentions for themselves and everybody. And it might be an idea, instead of focusing on like hardcore stability and the real nuts and bolts and facts of life, in order to gain a sense of stability, especially if it comes to matters of love. Any love cards here. It's okay to allow the passions to flow. Maybe give yourself more wiggle room. Allow yourself to breathe more, expand more, share more, express yourself more passionately and truthfully and honestly, as opposed to getting completely wrapped up in the physical aspects of making life stable in such a way that it works according to your protocols. Because it's like you can control the universe from your laptop, okay? A lot of stuff goes on over which we have no say. So the question is going with the flow. So it might be a way to proceed might be to just tap into your own passions and let those flow, and then just see what happens, as opposed to having to fabricate everything and lock it all down. Let your passions flow. Let your dreams, your desires, your ambitions, your hopes, not just for yourself but for others, let that all flow, and then start to see what happens. Okay, Lana? I hope that helps. I hope that helps in some way or other. Maybe just ignore that for now and allow yourself to go a little bit wild, go a little bit crazy, and let the love energy flow. Let the passions flow, okay? We're going to move on. We're just going to move on. Just going to keep moving, okay? Time to think about these things or analyze them. Once the readings are done, they're gone. I don't even remember what happened. After the show's over, I have no recollection of what happened. Just so that you know. I know it's on record. We could all go back and look if we wanted, but, you know, life moves on. All right, well, thanks, Lana. I hope you got something out of it. Thank you so much. Oh, I see some more people. Okay, hold on. Sandy, I got you. I see you, Sandy. Sandy D. Okay, I got that. Even if it sounded like total nonsense for you, Lana, I thank you for saying thank you anyway, okay? Yay! Thanks, Sharon, for leading the troopers, the group hug team, okay? Agave doesn't seem to be here tonight. She's a real-life burlesque dancer. She's the real deal, swear to God. She would probably be leading the Lumination dance squad right now. But for this evening, it seems I feel very focused on just giving readings. So I'm just going to keep going through in a very kind of methodical way, because that's kind of what the show's about. just like we're just hanging out, that would be okay. Oh, hi, Gabriella. You're new too, right? Okay, hold on. Jeepers. Oh, gosh, we're getting to the point where we're getting a lot of names here, way more than I can handle. But we try. We always try. Okay. Calm down, Norin. Just calm down, please. Norin's one of the guys. By the way, ladies, Norin is a guy. And I don't know if he's available or not, but if it's, we're not doing, this is not a dating site, by the way. Tarot Illumination has nothing to do with being a dating site. But I know some of you guys get pretty flirty out there. I've seen what you do. I have seen what you guys get up to. But it's only a glimpse. I mean, I don't want to actually go hang out there. It's your space. The chat room, that's your space. You do what you have to do in your space. I just stick to my little space right here, okay? It's a professional operation, okay? Let's have a look. I'm going to spin now. Oh, God, what's Carolyn? Carolyn? Is Carolyn still here? Carolyn? Carolyn in the house. Excuse me, I need a sip. That creepy noise in the background, that's the computer fans trying to keep up with the pressure and the demands of Tarot Illumination, okay? By the way, I wanted to let you know, I received a massive donation just a while ago to go towards a new computer because Tarot Illumination needs a new computer. We've got other ways to like grow the Tarot Illumination thing. We're going to do a Tarot Illumination women's silk scarf eventually. It's taking quite a while. The artwork is finished, but the technical stuff is really complicated. We did the original scans today, and a lot of the colors got blown out, so we're going to have to start all over. It's really painful. But all the scarves are going to end up being really expensive, and I've looked at so many different ways to do it, and there's no way out of it to do it to the quality that Tarot Illumination demands, because Tarot Illumination is primo, top of the line, VIP, along with the best of the best, most fabulous French labels. And so that's going to be expensive, I'm just letting you know. But the idea that we're getting here is like, you know what? Buy a Tarot Illumination beautiful woman's silk scarf and get a full complex reading for free. How about that, dear visitor? Ha 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 ha. Tempting, huh? I'm tempting you. Ha 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 ha. All right, let's keep going. Donor, very generous, kind donor. Actually, I've had quite a few donations recently. Thank you so much. Tarot Illumination is like it's like a mom and pop shop without mom right now. It's like let's just say it's a one-man show. I do have some support from an invisible friend, and who provides massive amounts of rocket fuel. But that's kind of different. Look at these other little donations here. Look at this. Got these little stones recently. This is called I don't know much about rocks and crystals, but it's beautiful. Let me read this to you. This is called a Gambaba jasper. It's a gift. It says, it stimulates the heart chakra. It opens the heart to love and to be loved, stress, and induces serenity. It promotes fertility and happy pregnancies. It helps overcome impotence. Yay! It calms and soothes emotional upheaval. It's perfect. This is the Kambaba Jasper. It's still in its little bag. It's right here. All right. So anyway, let's keep going. All right, Carolyn, you're up. This is you now. This is Carolyn's reading. Okay. Whoa. I got the wobbles just then. Back. We've got it all sorted out. Here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to handle it. All right. So, Carolyn, I don't know if you're stressing about anything. I don't know. Let's just say, like, Terra Illumination is a good place for you to be right now. Like, if there's anything that's going on in your life right now that hurts, and maybe it hurts really badly, whether it's a loss from this or a loss from that, it could be something from long ago and you just remembered it, or it could be just something recent, because that happens to everybody every day. We win things, we lose things, we win moments of happiness, we lose moments of happiness, and everything goes in continuous flow. Let's just say, for the sake of the show, we've touched upon something that hurts. How are we going to deal with that? What's the situation? Okay. Well, maybe there are some, let's say, cold, hard truths or stiff judgments. Not judgments, let's say, but decisions that are happening around you that may not be pleasant, okay? The King of Swords here can indicate a very strong type of energy. So Carolyn, if you're having to tap into your masculine side and call out some very hard truths, then that could be tough, because you might be all soft and mushy by nature and you don't really want to do this or be this. Or if this is coming at you and somebody or something or somebody around you is calling out some cold, hard truths, well, ouch. What can we do? Because you might be very soft and tender inside, and then having to face this energy. If you're having to face this energy, well, let's see how we can deal with it. If you're dishing out this energy, I hope the other people can handle it. Okay, so what's the challenge here, Carolyn? Okay, it might be that there's some very important decisions going on regarding very important relationship. Okay, and things are on the line right now, literally on the line. Things could be making up, things could be breaking up. Involves, in other words, whatever happens, the challenge is making a decision or else accepting decisions. Okay, because the decisions here, or let's call it the determinations that are going on right now, whether it's you calling out the determinations or whether there's certain determinations are being called out on you, and it's happening in a big way, it's going to lead to, let's say, accept the outcome of some of these determinations. And that could be very, very stressful. That could be extremely hard. Okay, the Lover's card is kind of like, from my perspective, it's a reality check about profound relationships, about how a lot of things that pan out in life, especially in relationship, and a massive proportion of our lives is conducted and experienced through relationship. When you come to the stark realization that, okay, it's all about this divine blessings of this amazing loving relationship, and here in this amazing loving relationship, you've made the decision, like, I love you 100%, all of you and all your baggage, and I love you 100% and all of your baggage. And you hope that you honestly can live up to that. But it actually can be brutally hard, because when you're actually get bare bones with each other and you really do have to be full on there with them, and they have to be full on there with you in a deeply committed relationship, which would be, let's say, the ideal, really blessed from above, and it's protected. In other words, you can endure the ups and you can endure the downs. You can enjoy all the delicious intimacies, and you can still tolerate the moments of separation. That's great. However, in the challenge position, it might mean that, let's say it was a very valuable relationship, is now in deep jeopardy, or there are decisions happening and determinations happening which put something that's very, very important to you in deep jeopardy. Okay? So how are we going to handle this? Just let it all fall apart. Okay, that's it. That's your reading. Done. Bye-bye. Okay, I'm sorry, Carolyn. I was being a little flippant there because this is, to me, this is coming out as very heavy energy. If it's something to do with love and romance and everything is collapsing, from my perspective as your reader here tonight, the best possible thing you could do is let it all fall apart. Okay? If it's coming at you, let's say somebody wants to divorce you, okay? You know what? Let's say somebody doesn't want to be with you. You're terrified of this decision and you're terrified of the outcomes. Let it happen. Let total mayhem destruction just happen, okay? Let it all fall apart so you can start again. Because, Carolyn, let's say they're coming at you, they don't want you anymore, okay? You might feel that is devastating and painful. But then you might want to ask yourself, why the bleep would you want to be with someone who doesn't want to be with you? Okay? Then think about it that way. I hope that helps. I hope that helps, Carolyn, and then you can handle it. I hope I didn't hit any nerves or touch onto very delicate, awkward subjects that might be very deeply painful. But we're going to move on anyway and pretend that never happened. Goodbye, Carolyn. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next one quickly now. Tarot Illumination. Move on, move on, move on. Let's get out of that one real fast. Keep moving. Okay, shuffle, 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 shuffle. Oh, I didn't touch any nerves. I'm sorry. Oops. I'm sorry. It's my disclaimers being activated right now. Tarot Illumination is for entertainment purposes only. Thank you. Bye. Oh, God. Ouch. That was a hard reading for me to deliver. All right. We're going to move on, people. God. Carolyn. Where's Carolyn? I just read for Carolyn. Okay. Gotta stretch it. I have to make, it's so hard to keep all these notes properly. Noel. Noel? Is it Noel or Noel? Noel or Noel? That's what we're going to do. All right, let's have a look. Well, I don't have to say it, Demora. You just said it. Stay positive regardless, okay? Love anyway, people. Love, love, love anyway. Even if you're crying your eyes out, even if you just used a whole box of tissues. Love anyway. All right, Noel, you're up. You're up. All right, I'm just going to do it. Noel, can you check in on the screen? Let everybody know you're here. Because if you're not, then move on. Noel, this is you. You're up. Can you type it in the screen as soon as possible? Let us know you're here. Ivona. Hello, Ivona. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, Sharon, you're right. Because Sharon, you and David are hardcore regular troopers. And I don't think either of you have had a reading for a long time. Hi, Abby. I see you. I want a scarf. Well, it'll be a bit. What I'll do is let's check in, Abby. I'll give you a little sneak preview, and you'll see what I'm up to. It's going to be really hard. I mean, I'm very ambitious. It might not look it because Tarot Illumination is just a tiny little channel, but I'm really, really ambitious. Oh, yay! No, okay. Noel, okay, like Christmas. Got it. I get it. Yay! Yeah, we can talk about the scarves later. We got to get on with the show, people. We got to get on with the show. Well shuffled. I'm going to break it in a really weird cut. And then we're going to read for you, Noel. Hey, you! I'm excited. Here you go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to handle it and what's going on. For a glimpse, I don't think I ever read for you, so you're going to get the extra card. 10 of Swords. Oh, God. Who wants that one? Nobody. So, Noelle, let's just say shit happens. Everything's fucked. You're sick of it. You can't take it anymore. What are you going to do? Are you going to laugh or are you going to cry? Okay? Let's just say you've already completely cried out. You can't take it anymore. Everything is just like, it can't get any worse. What do? You come to Tarot Illumination and you party it up. Okay? That's the remedy. Thank you. That's your reading. Good night. Bye. Ha ha ha. Fooled you. I was just having fun. So, what's the situation? Da, 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 da. That's very different from the card I just showed you. You are going to prevail. You are determined, Noelle, to prevail. I'm a winner anyway. I don't care how bad it gets. I, Noelle, I am a winner anyway. And I don't mind letting everybody know. And it seems to be that nobody minds letting me know either that they appreciate me. So Noelle, you might be one of these amazingly freaky lucky people who is extremely good at handling adversity and coming out the other side and proving to other people that it can be done. That is freaking amazing. With this little 6 of Wands here, bravo. And if it's not happening, deep in the deep dark holes and the shadows and the nightmares of unrelenting brutal pain, and you know it's all coming to an end, but you haven't reached this point of full victory yet, then this is okay to wish for it and want it and hold on to it. Like tell yourself, I'm going to prevail, going to win anyway. I'm not going to let all the devastating aspects of life and fate ruin me. No, no, no. Noelle does not do that. Okay, so what's the challenge? It might be that actually, I don't know, maybe something really, really just horrible happened. It was just all too much and it piled up and got worse and worse and worse. And maybe it was all supposed to be over anyway. And maybe the challenge is, like, even though like you might be glad that it's all over, the challenge might be accepting that, oh my God, it really is all over. So what the hell do I do now? Because let's say this was like, let's say that you were just living with this, what I would call a complete lifestyle package deal, where you had everything. Everything was just, that was your whole life. And then incrementally, one by one, everything started falling apart. And then in the end, you say, you know what? That's how it is. That's what happened. And so the challenge would be accepting, what do I do now? Because you have to start your life all over again. Now, sometimes that can be really daunting and intimidating because we did come in with this weather where it feels a bit threatening. It might actually not be your weather, but the conditions around you might feel very threatening. And yet you still intend to prevail because maybe it's time to this chapter. Maybe it really is time to accept the end of a certain, what I call a lifestyle package deal. Let's say you're like married, houses, kids, cars, colleges, jobs, day jobs, second jobs, dreams, goals, ambitions, hobbies, all of that squashed into one life, and it all got screwed up. And you're going to start all over again. I should go even broader. If you're like really young, it could be anything. You know, mostly this is adults who come to the show, but we've had people who are really young and people who are really old. So I just kind of like stick it in the middle, but really the energy applies to a really broad range. So like, if you feel that big chunks of your life could be threatened and you're determined to prevail anyway, and the challenge is accepting that some really important chapter of your life is over, then I'm not going to tell you what this card is yet, but the way to handle it is accept and understand that all the forces of the universe are there for you anyway. With the World card, earth, air, fire, and water, it's all there supporting you, even if it feels like you're being threatened. And so the thing would be to allow a new life to unfold, starting life all over again once you've completed this life cycle. Okay, maybe you've already completed this life cycle very successfully And it is time to move on, but you just don't want to move on because you're scared because that was your whole life for a while. So starting all over again could be daunting. So how are we going to deal with that? You do start again. That's simple. Again, in your innocence, in your naivety, especially if it concerns matters of love. Okay? So don't be scared. Okay? Maybe you want to win, maybe you want to prevail, but it might be okay to admit that you don't understand everything in the forces of the universe all at once, all day, every day. And sometimes we just have to admit that we're human, we're innocent, we're frail, we're naive, and we screw up a lot of the times. But don't stop yourself from loving. Do not stop yourself from being loved. Please understand that all of us are on a perpetual path of evolution to understand love, to bring more and more love into our lives and bring more and more love into other people's lives. In the end, that's the only thing that counts. It is the absolute and only thing that counts in the end is to be loving. And really, in some ways, you don't need to know anything else about this reading. Just this one little card here will tell you the most important thing you can do, Noelle, in your life right now is to, like, it's almost like forget about the past. Forget about the future, whatever your aspirations was, however good, however awesome the future might be that you deserve. You don't know what it's going to be. Either way, however you do it, you still have to conduct yourself with the protocol, primary protocol of be loving and be loved. Okay, so simple. Be loving, be loved in every matter, every condition, every circumstance, every relationship, every environment in your life, in your world. Be loving, be loved. Okay? And what it means. Just do it anyway. Okay? Love anyway. Love, love, love anyway. Admit your innocence. Thank you, Noelle. I hope that made sense. I hope I didn't really screw things up there for you or upset you in any way. I don't mean to do that. Sometimes I do upset people and I don't mean to. Sometimes I open my mouth and I wish I hadn't. And, sometimes I write things and I regret it. And, it's too late. It's all posted. It's out there. It's live. What can I do? You can't unsend things. So thank you, Noelle. We're going to move on. And guess what? I'm just going to cherry pick right now because I have been commanded and ordered by some of the Tarot Illumination troopers. David, you are up. And it's because you deserve it. That's why, David, you are up. You were here very early, by the way. You know what to do, David. You sit down in the seat. You tuck your hands under your thighs. You take a couple of pairs of socks and you stuff them into a ball. You stuff it into your mouth and you hold down very, very tight. Okay? So that when you scream from all the things that are going to happen in this reading, you don't scare everybody else out of the room. Okay? I'm just asking you, David, please. Okay? So, and you can get some refreshments afterwards. But for now, for the next couple of minutes, please just strap yourself in. If you need to puke, vomit, pull out your fire extinguisher later on, do that. But right now, just hold tight. Don't say anything. David Gill is now live on Tarot Illumination. Woo! Okay, here we go. It's Sharon. Just letting you know, because I'm cherry picking right now, just for David and Sharon, and then we'll get back to the random stuff, okay? Here we go. Here we go. Do-ba-do-ba-do. Here we go, David. This one's for you. Here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to deal with it. And I wonder what's going on. You've been with us since the beginning, okay? And we've really kind of got into it a few times, all right? So if you're still struggling with matters and you're feeling like, God, this is ever going to get figured out, and you're feeling like maybe you've loved and lived and lost, maybe you've had moments that were just glorious. Maybe you've had a feeling like this is the one, this is the one, this is the one, and maybe it's like this grim, sort of slow acceptance, like, whoa, well, maybe it isn't. Because we can wish all we want, and we can manipulate, and we can manifest and everything, but ultimately it comes down to decisions. Like, let's say we favor someone, but they don't favor us. They don't understand the word no, blah, blah, blah. And in the end, you have to respect other people's decisions, even if they might not be expressing themselves gracefully. Some things just, sometimes we have to move on and say that we have loved anyway. Okay, so what's the situation to do? Whoa, David. I don't know, some people think of this as a marriage card, maybe locking it down. David, if you're still in that vibration where you really want to lock it down, make it real, bring the money, bring the ring, okay? You're really solid, down-to-earth guy. You deserve your equal, okay? So if you've got it all set out where things need to happen according to a code to get it done properly, self into harmonic alignments with your other, and another can come into harmonic alliance with you according to a specified, well-established code, that's great. That's the Hierophant, okay? Maybe you still have more to learn in this department. Maybe there are still very important things that still need to be understood about, like, say, holy orders, so to speak, bringing things into holy alignment with the will of heaven as opposed to the will of David, so to speak. And that could be quite a leap. It can be very humbling to have to surrender our ego to a higher way of being. Let's see. So what's the challenge here? Okay. Rising to the situation, let's just say, perhaps. It's almost like let's say hoping it works, something works out, where let's just say the opportunity is there, but you're scared it might not work out. So maybe things are still fluid and open and fluctuating, and we don't really know where they're going. Perhaps some things have been expressed very passionately and very openly to the point where there's no ambiguity at all in this situation here, which seems to require a high degree of order. And let's say, how you do it in a marriage, it's a public thing. It's a declaration of your love for another manner in a very orderly way in public. It isn't just like you guys stealing off and eloping and stuff. And so the challenge, in the challenge position, if it feels like, let's say it's not working out, does that mean that your masculinity is in question? No. If you want to interpret it that way, sure. If it is working out, and it all seems to be potentially on the boil and could be happening, and maybe are you doubting whether your masculinity is up for it? Okay, that's another way to look at it. But this is a card of sacred opportunity, and so the challenge might be to accept it. Like, if the opportunity is here, maybe in some way or some form or other that you didn't fully understand already, and it's not like going exactly according to your codes or your beliefs or your understandings of how things should be, then that's a real issue. Because if you're very passionate about your life, how you want things to be, how you want to do them, but that passion actually becomes almost burdensome or overbearing, almost for yourself and for another, then that's a problem. Because sometimes we can want something too much and it scares people away. So let's have a look. How are we going to deal with this? Okay, let's go back to a degree of innocence, okay? Because David, I know you're for fact you're a very serious kind of person. I know you like to have fun on the show, but I also know deep down you're a very, very solid, serious kind of person. And just so that everybody knows on the show, we've done private readings before, and it changes everything. And we're now doing this in public. So I have some private information and knowledge and awareness, and I'm trying to keep that. So I'm trying to give this a general impression type of reading so that's useful and fun for everybody on the show. So what I'm suggesting, David, despite your determination and desire to make things work in a very defined, orderly way that would work for you, please take account of the other, and from the other's perspective, there might be a gentler approach that could work more effectively and still keep everything flowing and moving along nicely, and maybe accepting that despite all the best of intentions, there might be a degree of naivety in the situation, either from yourself or from another party. If we're, let's say, if we're dealing with a love matter where it's still all in question and it's all up in the air, where it might be better to accept, like even for a longer term approach, where maybe things aren't happening in the way of locking it down right now. Perhaps think longer term and admit that there's a little bit of innocence and naivety on both parties, okay? And that could provide tremendous relief and allow the situation to breathe more openly and freely. Child running around in the park for a while instead of always keeping it like right on your lap, tied up with a kitty leash, okay? So all I'm suggesting is, David, let go a little bit, have some fun, allow your passions to flow almost in a sort of sweet, childish, innocent way, and to flow. Allow your innocence, like instead of being very serious all the time, allow some youthful innocence to flourish and to balance things out, okay? And in some kind of way for you, David. I hope you get something out of it. Sharon, you are up. Let's put it on the board right now. Sharon, you are up. I like to do blind readings because for me it's a lot more fun. Because like when we do private readings, there's a lot of disclosure late in the reading. I still try to go blind, but later with repeat clients, what's happened is that there's a lot of information that is revealed in deep confidence, and it needs to stay there. But then we start building up a track record and a history. So each reading actually becomes more and more challenging because the reading is now predicated on what existed before, and it's hard enough to read the tarot as it is. And so when the tarot is being read with a high level of expectation, that means the pressure is on, and it dramatically increases the challenge of giving a healthy, useful, untainted reading. So I'm just letting you know that. That's kind of a behind the scenes type of energy that it might help you guys to understand. Because with tarot, we don't read the future. Okay, what we do is we tell a story and we let it unfold, and it's a story that you can write and rewrite and edit as you go along, on the understanding that you are the owner of your life, and your life is conducted through a process of making millions of decisions, one after the other. And that doesn't sound very romantic or spiritual or anything, but so much of life comes down to making decisions. So anyway, Sharon, you are up. You are next. Oh gosh, Celeste. Gosh, hold on. Celeste, I have a feeling. Weren't you the person who you were really? I hate to say the word. You were desperate about an hour ago. Like, please God help me. I need a reading now, kind of thing. Just going to cherry pick. I don't like to do that because what happens then, whoever screams loudest gets the reading, and it's not fair. And it's like I end up just reading for whoever screams the most. But Celeste, it sounded like earlier on you were in kind of deep pain. So we're going to do it. But this is the last cherry picker for now, okay? So Celeste, I'm just going to put you in there after Sharon. So if you want to stay, after Sharon, I will read for you, okay? For Sharon, okay? So that's kind of a compromise, okay? Hey, Precious, it sounds like you're reading cards simultaneously for people. That's so freaking cool. Yeah, Norman, it's an emergency. This is a 911 coming up here. But for Sharon, let's take care of Sharon right now, okay? All right, here we go. Here we go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to deal with it, all right? I'm going to give you this one. It's the Three of Pentacles. To me, it's about serious appreciation. Being appreciated, being appreciative. So Sharon, if you're kind of in an environment right now where you are being appreciated or you would like to be appreciated, fine. Or also if others need some appreciation from you, fine. So what's the situation? Okay, I want to give you a couple of perspectives. Number one, Sharon, don't tell us who you are, what you do, or how you do it. But if the situation right now is that you would like some divine inspiration, again, so would all of us. So let's just say you would love to know what the hell is going on with your life. And so you can like create some order into it and bring your skills into a useful, highly appreciated manner. In other words, let's just say you had this awesome skill and it's kind of a hobby and you wish you could turn it into something more. Or here's another spin on it. Are you in a situation right now where you would like to, let's just say, find out what it is you are here for? Like, and maybe you're scared to do that, but maybe the situation is actually just primed and just right for you to do that. Let's just say, allowing yourself in your imagination, have your wildest, craziest dreams, allow them to flourish, and allow yourself to explore, like, the imagination. Because sometimes that's the most healing thing you can do with yourself, is literally go wild, as if you were going on one of those crazy, like, Peruvian drugged out plant retreat ceremony things. But you don't have to do that. You can trip out on your own without taking anything if you allow yourself to do so and open the gates to divine inspiration. You might find out everything that you need to know, and then the only challenge would be deciding which one. The card indicates options of what do I love? Do I want this? What are the consequences if I go for this? What if I'm enchanted by the world of mysteries? What if I am seeking awards and trophies and appreciation? What if I would like to attain riches and glory? What if I would like to become wise? Whatever it is, okay? It's very magical kind of energy, Sharon. Could be, you might be suffering from a little bit of delusion. That's okay. I would like to stay positive. For example, Neptune is stationary retrograde right now. It's a very long transit, and it's a beautiful one for everybody who suffers from illusions and delusions and the feelings of like, everything's just fine, everything's just wonderful, fine. And deep down, you know it isn't, because what's going to happen is as Neptune goes retrograde, everything that's fake and false and delusional about your life can incrementally be revealed. Good, wholesome, healthy, like reality check coming out of Neptunian fog and delusions and fantastical fantasies, and coming down to a reality check of what life really is about, which is much more to do with locking it down, creating stability, doing what you love to do, and being balanced. What's magical swirly energy happening? Oh, maybe it's not going to work. What if I make the wrong decisions? Oh, anything to anybody. I don't know. So yeah, you could be scared of that. Who wants to be left out in the cold? Who wants to go wandering around feeling like they made the wrong decisions in life and ended up with the wrong people at the wrong time for the wrong place for the wrong reasons? Oh no. No, this isn't a challenging, this is in the challenge position. So at least you're kind of aware that it's there. So let's hope you are, let's just say that you're very aware of the situation. Let's say you are aware that there's a lot of options open to you right now in terms of like, who am I? What do I want to do? How do I want to be? And I'm just scared of making the right decision because I'm not totally sure. That's understandable because this would be very, very wobbly energy. And what we need is a little bit of stability here. So how are we going to deal with that? It might be, Sharon, that you already know what the issues are deep down, but you might not want to face them. It might be that there's so many issues going on that are leaving you puzzled and like maybe dissatisfied. And you're scared that it's going to get worse and fall apart further. It might be okay to, let's say detach yourself from the situation, whatever it is, and take the skills and the talents and the tangible aspects of your life that you already know are solid and locked down and move on, okay? But it has to be a willing, deliberate, clear, cool decision, not based on emotions or fears or fantasies or loss, not based on fears of woe is me, is it all going to fall apart? No, it's making a cool, calm assessment and evaluation of the situation and deciding to move on, okay? To new pastures, new lights, new horizons where there's more peace and tranquility, where you're not going to allow yourself to be a victim of your own, let's say, self-deception, self-delusions, or being scared that you're never going to make it, never be appreciated, never be valued. Instead, keep moving along, stay optimistic, love yourself first. Please understand that you do have gifts to offer and that you are appreciated and valued somewhere, somehow. It might be that you just need to move on in order to get there and be in that place where it's stable and it works properly, okay? And bring all your thoughts and everything that works for you. Bring everything that works for you and move on. And everything that's not working for you, leave it behind, okay? Literally. All right, Sharon, thank you so much. I hope that made sense. Celeste, you're up. Do-do-do-do. This is your 911 reading. Do-do-do-do-do. Let's keep going. We're going to keep going, people. Let's have a look. Okay, we still got some time on the clock. We're doing fine. I hope everybody's having fun. It's been a very hard-working week for Tarot Illumination. And we got some reports coming up soon for the July general readings, in case you're interested. They're going to be up really soon. And I know that's going to cause a lot of mayhem on the Tarot Illumination channel, and I just have to deal with it. And then in about a week or 10 days or so, we're going to have the July love and relationship readings for Tarot Illumination, okay? So hold on to your hats. July is going to be kind of an insane month. It's an energy, and that's just how it is, okay? Especially at the end of the month, you're really going to feel it, everybody. I'm just letting you know in advance, okay? All right, so there you go. I just gave that away for free, all right? So, oh my gosh, see, I told you, everybody's going to start asking for reasons now. Hi, Path Traveler. God, you have to get up in 5 hours? Ouch, yeah. Celeste, and I'm the perfect responder. What do they call it? First responders. Yay. Okay. So at least it looks like we're getting emergency readings tonight. Okay, dear Path Traveler, you're a newbie, and what tends to happen is, at least for the first time, a favor a newbie. So what we're going to do a reading, okay, Path Traveler? because you're staying up extra super late. We're just going to read for Celeste, and then we're going to read for Path. See what's going on here? See all these, I mean, what am I supposed to do? Sharon, read for David. Okay, I read for Lana. Lauren gave his away. I should be reading for John. Where are you? Where's Path? Okay, Path Travel, you're new. So we're just going to do that. We're just going to favor you as a newbie. You're going to get it. And I'm going to ignore how you were screaming out, please, 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 I need one now because I got to get up in 5 hours. I understand. It's okay. All right. We're just going to do it. Celeste, please understand. Tarot Illuminations, legally speaking, it's for entertainment purposes only. Okay? I'm not going to solve all your life's problems in one little tiny 3-card tarot reading. You're not going to like hold me to this. But I'm going to still do the best I can for you. All right, Celeste? We do what we can here. And you're in the good place because there's a lot of very loving people here. And group energy thing happens. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm still learning so much on Tarot Illumination. I get so fired up and ambitious about what I want to do and how I want to do it. But it's not even about me. It's really about the channel and the show. And so I have to respond to, it's like I have to respond to the show itself rather than my own personal like ego desires. And so living and learning as we go along. But anyway, I just have to throw that in there. Celeste, you are out. Here we go. I'm going to break it up with a really weird cut just to break up the energy. Okay. So here we are. Here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to handle it. Okay. So Celeste, and it's in 911, Ace of Cups surrounding you. So prevailing conditions are very favorable for love. Love and the giving of love. Be loving, be loved. Okay, Celeste? We do this on this little channel. We invoke this energy. We make it happen. We convince ourselves. We brainwash ourselves. I, Celeste. I am loving. I am loved. And we actually get a little more intimate with ourselves because it's most important that you love yourself first. Okay, so Celeste, this is what I do for myself anyway. I am loving. I am loved. 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 And I treat myself like a little baby that needs absolute pure, okay? And I try to absorb as much as I can so that I can be loving, okay? Because that's how I like to conduct my life. So what's the situation? Okay, it seems like, Celeste, you are determined to get things in order, to get things happen, get your own house in order, get your own life in order, so that once, like, let's say circumstances line up just perfectly, especially coming in with this Ace of Cups potential weather here, that you're in the right place at the right time with the right vibration, totally tuned in so that you're ready, willing, and able to receive big love. Okay? So you must understand, Celeste, you need to love yourself first, okay? So it looks like you're on the way to do that, or at least you're working hard to try to figure out how to do that. Let's say you have a lot of really like strong energies in your life that are pulling you over here or pulling you over there or here or there, and you're struggling to keep it together, so that you can like stay balanced in the center, balanced and whole. This little card here in the situation indicates that you have the determination to be that way, to like own yourself, have mastery over your destiny. Only understanding that you make clear, unambiguous decisions about how you want to live your life, how you want to be. So what is the challenge here? Because you're setting yourself up for, there's a lot of expectation going on here. B, that you're actually kind of scared of what's happening. Because even though you might be very well determined, very big wishes, very big ambitions, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. And then, like, you go to sleep at night, and just as everything goes dark and you go into that shadow land, or same thing when you wake up and you're kind of in that, like, in between time, half asleep, half awake, when all your fears and shadows come to the surface. Same thing when you go to sleep, and sometimes you can't sleep for hours because all the shadows come up. That might be what you're dealing with. Like in your day-to-day waking life, you may be totally together and self to be loving and to be loved. And yet, when you know, like if you're honest with yourself, when you're totally on your own, and you understand that no matter if you're totally paired up, you're still an individual. You have a complete identity of your own anyway, that you are still left with your own shadows. Okay? Doesn't matter how primed up and determined you might be. And so that becomes a big challenge. Significant, shadowy, scary, frightening, unresolved, misunderstood aspects of your life and world that you know very well. It's just they're not being dealt with because it's almost happening in the subconscious, happening in ways that scare you. So you would have a tendency to avoid that. In other words, walk through these situations, and you're determined to do so, but deep down, you might be actually really frightened about that, as much and wholesome as your good intentions may be. So how to deal with your own fears, how to deal with your own fears and shadows, and fear of going in, just fear of your own intuition. How are we going to deal with that? Okay, maybe it's a good idea. A lot of negative spins on this card, but with the little Four of Pentacles here, it might be a good idea to just simply stabilize for a while, hold on to what you know works, okay? Nothing dramatic here. It's just like, because this is really big energy. This is really big energy. The Chariot is very determined, strong, powerful energy. And yet at the same time, on the internal side of yourself, the soft underbelly, so to speak, this is very, very big energy too. A lot of like swirling energies going on in your life, especially when it comes to like loving and being loved, okay? And it might just be just all too much, like overwhelming. And maybe a way to deal with this is like dial it all down a bit, dial your whole life energies down a bit. So you like ramp down your expectations and determinations, which will simultaneously tend to the potentials of what could go wrong, okay? And instead move forward in a very much more modest way, much like lower your expectations a little bit, hold on to what works, what is the most stabilizing aspect of your life, and hold on to that for a while before making any huge, big decisions about how to move forward, so that you don't like scare yourself. So like in the advice position, like how are we going to deal with it? The idea would be to stabilize, to hold on to what works, to it's like a reality check. Just get very, very, very down to earth with yourself and take some of the air out of the balloon, so to speak. You know, just allow things to relax a little bit. And so at least some short-term stability, like just do what works for now, get into some routines, and then let things expand a little bit later on, okay? And go from there. But for now, really, really take it easy and just stick with what works, okay? So now I said path travel. We're just going to do, this is another emergency one because he's on a different time zone. Now we're going to get back to doing randoms, okay? I have to. It's not fair on everybody else because there's still a lot of people here waiting for a random chance to a reading. And I've done a lot of cherry picking and emergency readings tonight. And that's kind of not the normal routine. But, you know, we just, you know, there's no laws, absolute laws here. We just kind of started off doing things in a certain way. And in general, it's kind of like a campfire atmosphere. There's a lot of love and forgiveness that goes on here. So if people have been feeling like they got gypped, they didn't get their chance at a reading because somebody else, like 4 or 5 people, got cherry picked. I don't mean to hurt your feelings. I don't mean to squeeze you out or leave you out or leave you feeling that I've been ignoring you. It's not like that at all. I'm just trying to go with what feels to me from here on this side of the most healthy and most loving way to proceed moment by moment. Okay? We're going to read for you now, Path Travel. I hope you're still here. I hope you're still awake. All right? Oh, I didn't know. Wow, thank you, Celeste. Wow. So, see, it does work for some people sometimes. Sometimes it works really, really well. Sometimes it sounds like complete gibberish. So thank you, Celeste. I'm glad it worked out for you and that you got something out of it. And we'll see you again at another show, okay? So Path Traveler, you're up, you're next. And we're going to get to it. Not an emergency reading. It's more to do with compassion. This is a reading of compassion, okay? Because Path Traveler is a newbie. TLC. He's only got a few hours sleep before he has to start his whole life again. All right, here we go. Now, there was somebody from New Zealand. Who was the lady from New Zealand? I would be honored to give you a reading, too, just for the hell of it. Here's the situation, Path. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to deal with it and what's going on. So, Path, indecision and is deliberate. That's okay. Sometimes the healthiest thing to do is to decide not to decide. It's a very, very effective strategy if there's just too much shit going on. I just need to like step back, mind my own business, and I'll make my own decisions in my own good time. Okay, so let's see what's the situation. Okay, Path, so it might be good to like seriously step back and evaluate. Don't make any important decisions right now. Allow things to blossom and come to the surface, but don't pick any fruit, okay? Understand that you might be in a situation where you're just starting to see the result of previous decisions in your life start to unfold in ways that are starting to make sense, but it's not there yet. It's not time to harvest, so to speak. So that's good. So if you have that like poise, that patience, responsible farmer, and as much as you might want to like get on with things right now and enjoy the rewards of previous decisions right now, or avoid the previous bad decisions right now, that's understandable, okay? So what's the challenge? Okay, well, maybe like not going to war with yourself, but actually, let's say it is about the self. So Path, if the challenge is just like you're wondering whether you can rise up to your own, what you need to do and how you need to be. And the circumstances around you and the conditions in which you're having to live and conduct your life are a little bit frustrating because it might be that you want more. And inside of yourself, you know you have that. And you might have a desire to rise up and like be the better version of Path. But the challenge is like how to do that exactly, when to do that, so to speak. And It might be that you're avoiding trying to figure these things out. In other words, you know that stuff has to be taken care of. You know that you have to be patient. You know that eventually you're going to have to make some decisions. You know you'd rather not have to right now. So the challenge is like with the internal battle that goes on with having to live through this process. Like deliberately, when you deliberately restrain yourself from making decisions that you prefer to make now, and when you just deliberately restrain yourself, taking and having what you need right now in order for long-term future and greater stability in the long run, because it means you're kind of battling with your own desires and passions. In other words, common sense and being really in touch with reality would recommend patience, okay? Like might say, out of fear, for example, I need to be patient, I need to just hold back on decisions, or I'm too scared to make decisions. And so that can all translate as being at war with yourself on the inside. And the thing is that you might not want to do that. You might just want to have you might just want a predetermined, simple outcome decided that you want. And it may just not be manifesting in that way. You end up in this like battle against yourself, so to speak, where you're fighting these different aspects of yourself that all want expression, they all want resolution. We don't really know yet which part is going to dominate. So that could lead to a sense of deep frustration, okay? Especially if you're not willing to go into that battle with yourself. If you're trying to avoid this, avoid the internal battles that need to be endured in order to make healthy decisions, that's a problem. That's a serious problem. If you're fighting a battle to try and like score and make things happen right now, even though you know you shouldn't, that's a problem. What are you going to do with that? These are like internal, there's nothing harmful happening here. This is like good, healthy, deep down, you know you have to deal with these issues. You've got to like come to grips with life, whatever the challenges might be, and make good decisions and be patient as things manifest. That's actually a problem. Well, with the Nine of Cups here, they sometimes call it the wish card, like having all you want. Let's just say, for now, just to give you a pleasant night's sleep. As you leave the reading in a few minutes, please understand that you already have a lot of what you wish for, and you might have very high expectations. You may want a lot and you feel you deserve a lot. You may be used to putting yourself under a lot of pressure where you're constantly having to make a lot of decisions, constantly all the time, as you try to grow and evolve, take care of business, meet life's challenges. And it might just be that you've actually got quite a lot going on already, and things aren't so bad. Just take a moment and kind of go, click, wait a minute, I am path travel, and I've actually got quite a lot of going on already, and I might just be pushing it too far, doing too much out of myself, because maybe that's just how I've always conducted myself. But maybe it's time to just, like, you know, chillax a little bit and say, you know what, damn it, I've kind of already got what I've wished for in life up to some extent, and maybe I deserve more, maybe I want more, but just for now, into the attitude and just go and look in the mirror before I go to sleep and say, you know what, hey, I'm actually pretty happy. Yes, I have ambitions. Yes, I have desires. I want more out of life, and I have to make big decisions about that, for how to make that happen. But just for now, there is enough love and happiness just for now, because that's all you really need for now. Okay? Don't worry, path travel. It's very obvious from here that you are loving and you are loved. Forget about all this stress and battling with yourself. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Back it off a little bit. Allow things to unfold in a very natural, gentle way. And don't rush any kind of decisions, okay? Just let things unfold naturally. Allow yourself to chill. It's almost like take a little happy pill. No, I'm happy anyway. Things are going to be fine anyway. This is, you've got 9 freaking cups here, okay, Path Travel? You're doing fine. All right. Good night. Sleep well. Thanks for visiting. And I hope you get something out of it, okay? Jeepers, I hope you do, okay? You are healing. You are healed. You are healing. You are healed. There is a lot of good love going on anyway, okay? What the conditions or the situations may be, because it might not make any sense to us or me or anybody. But anyway, yeah, you are part of the campfire now. There's no way out of it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Oh, ha ha. Very funny. Creepy. So that was creepy, huh, Precious? Creepy. Hold on, I see some new. Iris is here. Iris, hello, Iris. Oh, Iris, you can't just walk into the room and get a reading. It doesn't work that way. Hey, Sharon, if you got to go, you got to go. Thanks for coming. I'm glad you got your reading, finally. Finally. Heather, Christia. Heather, you're a newbie. Heather, Christia. You're a newbie. Wow, hello. Welcome, Heather. Welcome to Tarot Illumination Campfire. Your cards, man. That's hilarious, Precious. That's really freaky. All right, we're going to spin for a while. Okay, we did Path Travel. I just got to shuffle a little bit, people. I'm at a point where I need a beverage. Excuse me. I got to take a little chill pill here myself. Hold on. Give me a moment, people. I'm going to get myself a little beverage. Okay, hold on. Just bear with me. Bear with me. My poor little computer. It's going to be a while before we get the new computer because it's expensive. We're looking at about $700–800. Way out of it. I did all my homework. I'm extremely good at shopping. So reality, Tarot Illumination working properly, there's a specific type of computer.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you wish for a simple miracle, if you wish, you can have them right away. All you need is faith, is the will. Ask for it, and it will come to you today. I want you to feel so happy. I want you to be your higher self. Yeah. I want you to live and die happy. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. Da 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 da,
Na na da 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 da.
And if you wish to be in the state of grace, ask for it, and it will meet you face to face. And if you wish, if you will dare to dream, you will find that it's easier than it seems.
Hey, hey,
I want you to feel so happy.
I want you to be your higher self. Yeah. I want you to live and die laughing. Dreams, taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams today. La da 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 da, la da la da la la la. I want you to be so happy. I want you to be your higher self. Yeah. I want you to live and die laughing. Chase your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. Taste your dreams this way. Taste your dreams today. Okay. I'm gonna play the ether song. Hold on, stay there, hold on. I'm gonna play the ether song because it's lovely. It's a super little song. Well, stay there. We played it earlier. Okay, I'm just giving myself a break here. Playing up and around in our mountains, in our seas and our forests, with all of our stones, exploring one another, pushing our boundaries. Hi, Abby. Like you love, and you comfort me from love. When you tell that you're worried about me, and you show me through that we're okay, everything's gonna be okay. You're holding my hand all the way. Our sons, if becoming so apparent in our magnificence, and to, with your permission, in our shared ambition, get the chance to discover our truth. And you comfort me when you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me. And you'll assure me that we're okay, we'll be okay. That you're holding my hand all the way. That you're holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Hey. All right, I'm back. Okay, I had to have a break there. This song, man, I really freaking love it. I just wrote it very recently, and you know, God, it kind of made me, I don't know. it's almost like it's nothing to do with me. It just came out of me and through me, and I can listen to it as though it's nothing to do with me. And I think, wow, she come out of Tarot Illumination? That's freaky. So anyway, that's how weird it is over here at the World of Tarot Illumination. It's like living in a bizarre aquarium. Amazing things looking through and outside of the aquarium, and you get to look inside the aquarium. Okay? It's very weird. And I love it, by the way. So we're going to move on. So I'm going to spin it up again, people. People. Music. I write all my own music. Gaia, there's actually a little playlist on Tarot Illumination. I think it's just called Songs. There's a bunch of new songs up there. I write songs and I just put them out there. I'm not trying to make big bucks or anything. I'm not trying to be, 1.5 billion hits and views like, what's his name? Or, I don't know. But I just like writing songs. Sometimes I come up with a little gem and I want to share it with everybody. It's actually a very private, personal song, but it sounded so good, I just decided everybody needs to hear it anyway. So there you go. Demanding. Is Demanding still here? There's someone here called Demanding. Demanding. Is there someone called Demanding in the house? I'm just going to write demand, okay? Oh God, this poor computer, man. It's just... Actually, Ivona, I don't really have any CDs, but what we're thinking of doing, I'm just going to tell you, everybody, because it's a very weird and wonderful world here inside Tarot Illumination. And Tarot Illumination has had an extremely bizarre life that we don't need to go into right now. I'm getting a lot of help and support, not with the big money, so to speak, because Tarot Illumination is like a little tiny miniature hot dog stand, but we serve very elite, very VIP, acquired taste dogs. And there's a couple of things. I was telling this to Abby last week. Now is to get Tarot Illumination up to 10,000 subscribers. That's huge, okay? So it's like, let's go on a subscription drive, put Tarot Illumination up to 10,000, and that gives Tarot Illumination access, direct access inside the YouTube headquarters. Treatment, and they help me how to grow Tarot Illumination, so it works much better, okay? But we have to have 10,000 subscribers. And the next thing is that we figured out is that we're going to move some premium content, as they call it, premium content, onto another channel, too, and it'll be like $1 a month, whatever country you're in. Every country has a different currency, but with a lot of work, it takes a lot of work, but you set it all up that anybody in the world can put in $1 a month and they get access to this private channel for $1 a month. And we're thinking of putting like the music on there and some of the healing stuff that we try to do, which is like super hush hush top secret at the moment, and some other things that we're trying to do with Tarot Illumination in terms of what I would call energy healing, because that's very, very important for me personally. This is kind of like a personal mission, and it can't be done just in the traditional like the YouTube channel way. We need to get the money flowing, and it needs to be very, very stable, and that does not work. The private readings are very expensive and they're random, and they make good money when they happen. But the thing is, long term, what's important is like really huge numbers of people just putting in $1 a month. That's the big formula. It's probably quite a long way to get there. But if we can get there, that means a lot of people get a lot of stuff for real cheap. And it's awesome stuff, okay? So there you go. Now, this is all top secret, everybody. Don't tell anybody else about what I just told you. This is Terra Lumination, like, information. And what it means is that at some point, let's say we reach the 10,000 mark, Terra Lumination then has to go out and sort of put out a monster video that says, "Dear everybody, if you see cool stuff, please subscribe, $1 a month, to this new channel, because on the new channel you can't get in unless you subscribe, and there's no way to even know that the channel is there unless there's another channel to come from." I mean, how weird is that? But anyway, apparently that's how it works. But you know, we're not there yet. But I'm just kind of giving you guys a heads up, especially the hardcore regulars. I love you guys. It's just like guys that keep the show going, frankly, you know. Late night confession time. Yeah. So, by the way, it's going to be a team effort. It's going to be a group community effort. By the time it gets up to the, you know, to the 10,000 mark subscription site, there'll be 2 channels. And on the private channel, there's going to be some, just besides Terra Illumination, you know, because I can't do all this shit on my own. There are some amazing people in the Terra Illumination community. And very, very slowly and gently, I'm starting to discover this. And it's all on the same wavelength of like group love, group energy healing, community energy healing that can occur on a kind of a global sphere. I don't want to get too freaked out and carried away thinking that we're going to save the planet or anything like that, or that we're all going to ascend together in some kind of big blue ball of light. No. I'm just going to make it realistic, go long term. It works. And then people can share the energy long term, and it's super cheap and it's fun. Okay, so Demand, are you in the house? Are you actually here? Are you here? I don't see it. Okay, so I'm going to move on. I'm sorry, I was gibbering and I didn't see the name come up. I'm sorry it's so late here. I wish I could change the clocks a bit more easily. Gabriella, is there a Gabriella here? Gabriella. Is Gabriella in the house? Gabriella. I see you. Hey, you're wearing sunglasses. I see the tiny, tiny little picture. Hold on, I have to go look at the computer. There you are. Yeah, okay, so Terra Illumination is a tiny little channel in a tiny little niche market on a very vast universe. But, you know, it's just like the stars in the sky. There's billions of them, but Terra Illumination has its little spot. Okay, Gabriella, we are well shuffled, so I'm just going to cut it, and we're going to go. You ready? You ready? Yeah, don't tell about the big master plan. It's top secret. They're feeding me this information from, you know, Ed. I didn't want to tell you that, but it's true. There's voices in my head, people. I'm certified. I'm certified insane. But I don't take any pills. Here's the situation. Here's your challenges. How are you going to deal with it? Okay, Gabriella? And in the background, luscious, wonderful, delightful awesomeness of womanhood. Okay, so Gabriella, are you feeling your womanhood? Are you feeling your femininity? Are you feeling your lusciousness? Or is that what you would like? What's the situation? Okay, so if you're not feeling it, Gabriella, it might just be that you are very, very skillful at self-defeating behaviors, and actions, and thoughts, okay? You might not know it, because people who are extremely good at self-defeating behavior often appear really cool and they have it all together. In fact, deep inside, they might be very deeply conflicted to the point where it's almost like self-harm, okay? And that's not healthy. Gabriella, where you are, you know deep down your femininity, your womanhood, everything that you deserve, all the good things that you deserve in the life, and all the pleasures that you have to offer life as well. It's almost like you already know deep down about being loved. You already know about the idea that I am loving and I am loved. And Gabriella, just for insurance purposes, you are loving and you are loved. It's guaranteed. You are loving, you are loved. However, something is going on deep inside that's out of whack, which is causing a problem here, and it's inside of you, and it's to do with, I feel it as internal conflicts that are self-defeating, and it's almost like you might be at war with yourself. And now, if this is external, or you might be at war with someone who is threatening your femininity, your awesomeness, your beauty, are taking up the challenge. In other words, if you are responding to negative energy, that's not cool, because then you're going down to their level, so to speak. In other words, let's just say for the sake of argument, Gabriella, this is you, and you are already just absolutely fine and awesome as you are, okay? And yet, something outside of you or inside of you is doubting this, and it's cutting you up badly. Let's just say, for simplicity, someone else is coming at you and jabbing you, trying to cut you down for whatever reason, doesn't matter. And you're buying into it. It's almost like you're responding to it, even though you don't need to. That's below you. But if you get engaged in that kind of conflict, that you have to protect and defend yourself against this kind of behavior, then you're doing yourself a disservice. You're ending up in a lose-lose situation. There's no point in trying to deal with people like that. If you're doing that to yourself, that's pointless as well. It's totally futile. All you're doing is undermining yourself, okay? This is the little Five of Swords. It's the energy of futile, stupid, time-wasting conflict that doesn't do any good for anybody. Energy that goes nowhere, okay? So if that's your situation right now, whether that's you doing that to yourself, or someone doing that to you, or at worst, that you're doing that to someone else, whatever it is, it's not cool. So what's the challenge? Okay, so you might be doubting yourself. You might be like evaluating yourself. If you're judging yourself, evaluating yourself is how much am I worth? How much am I really, really worth to myself and the world and other people? How much do people really value me? How much am I valued by other people? How much do I value other people? How much do I value my life and my world around me? Am I expecting too much too quickly? If the challenge is, Gabriella, that if you're like, let's to things being in a certain very high vibration version of yourself, and yet somehow or other there's something inside that's below standard, so to speak, and it's frustrating you, and you're struggling with that and trying to bring yourself in full alignment. The challenge is that it's almost like I don't want to face reality. I don't want to deal with the reality is that already exactly as it should be. I just don't particularly like the way it is, because I think it should just be awesome all the time. And which would make sense, because if this is your true standard nature and your environment is around you is letting you feel this way, then that's cool. Well, because this is the Empress card. This is like almost the card of ultimate womanhood and lusciousness, happiness and wealth and abundance, ability and beauty and harmony. Women would love to be this, so to speak. And if you have a lot of that going on already, something's out of whack, it's a problem. Because if you're already that awesome and you're expecting more, then you're almost creating impossible standards. You're evaluating yourself, and you're being very harsh on yourself, because honestly, a lot of women do that. I notice it here on Tarot Lumination. Sometimes women can place incredibly high pressures and expectations on themselves. And honestly, it seems like, you know, those stories from the media, that it puts women under immense pressure to rise up and be up to a certain standard. And it's almost unattainable. It's almost, even if you're already that awesome, you're still under pressure to be even more. And it's just, you can't win. It's a lose-lose situation. It doesn't matter. So the challenge might be to accept that you're already just wonderful as you are, and you don't have to fight it. You don't have to keep evaluating yourself and reevaluating yourself. So that's a big challenge. You might just be one of those people who puts a tremendous amount of pressure on themselves and expects a lot of pressure on themselves, and it never lets up. So, okay, well, maybe it's time to stop. Okay, maybe it's just like, it's over. It's just stupid. It's futile behaving that way, because all you're doing is making matters worse and worse and worse for yourself, and it's pointless. Okay, and so you could actually be creating your own problems. You could be. It's almost like with this kind of energy, this kind of behavior, with futile internal conflict or conflict coming to you externally, and it's just by continually engaging in this kind of warfare. All you're doing is stabbing and being stabbed, stabbing and being stabbed, stabbing and being stabbed. And it's unrelentless. And it's almost completely with this energy at all. It's completely, you know, in fact, you're harming yourself. So the way to handle it in terms of an advice position is just accept that you're already awesome as you are. You don't need to constantly reevaluate and fight about it. Yourself or what others say to you or project onto you, no matter. Enough is enough. Stuff needs to stop, okay? Feeding behaviors. It's not allowed, okay? It's the end of the road for that stuff. It can't get any worse, let's put it that way. So it's almost like, I'm not sure how to stop that. That's a different reading. Cards, but for the time being right now, Gabriella, give yourself a break, okay? Seriously, give yourself a break, and get yourself a group hug out of Tarot Illumination. It's free. Again, and it's free, okay? Well, I hope I didn't hurt your feelings, Gabriella, or upset you, or just like touch a raw nerve. Sometimes that happens. A few people, a couple of times, and I don't mean to. It just, every now and again, shit happens. Okay, I'm sorry. So there you go. Thank you, Gabriella. Hey, Delia, if you gotta go, you gotta go. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm probably gonna have to wrap it up now anyway. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Been going for 3.5 hours. So what was that, Gaia? Oh my God. The screen's going really, really fast. I see your note. I see the note, Gabriella. Hi. Thank you so much. I'm glad you got something out of it. Yeah. Gabriella needs a group hug, okay? So that's how we do it. It's just the little Tarot Illumination campfire. Here it is, okay? Fire, okay? And there's all the flames coming out. sitting around the campfire. It goes like that, okay? And this is where we are. And all we do is we hold hands. It's very simple. Everybody's holding hands like that, 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 and that. Okay? So there's the little illumination campfire, and there's the smoke and the sparks and everything. And we're all having a lovely, lovely, lovely time. Discovered that on the show, actually, where we do touch on things that really do need love and healing. Okay, so for example, right now for Gabriella, forthright and admitted that she does need a group hug. So all that happens is, like, Gabriella, all we're doing is asking you to place yourself here near the fire, or else just identify yourself as one of these dear souls that we're creating a circle of love. And we feed into that, and it feeds on itself at whatever they call it, CERN particle collider. It works. And eventually, you feel it, and you get it, and you own it, and you have it. And now it's yours. You are loving, you are loved. Okay? So understand, you are loving, you are loved. And that's for you, Gabriella. That's for you, Gabriella. Gabriella, please understand. On yourself, but understand, you are loving, and it is being affirmed here right now with a little tarot illumination campfire group hug. Okay? And sleep well tonight. You are loved. Okay? You don't have to push so hard. Okay? We're moving on, people. I got a couple more readings in me, and I think I'm wiped out. Yeah, it's really, really late. It's getting really late, people. So we're going to wind it up soon and let everybody have a nice evening. Let me spin again. I want to do a couple more. I can do a couple more. Where was Gabriella? I got to mark Gabriella. Okay, I'm spinning, I'm spinning, I'm spinning. I'm over here, I'm spinning. Okay, Doc 64, are you still in the house? I'm glad you like staying up late, Gaia. It's pretty late, yeah. It is pretty late. It is pretty late. Doc 64. Are you in the house? I haven't seen the name up there. I mean, I can't watch the screen all the time, but I know you came in early. Doc, are you out there? Doc? Heather, did I put you on the board? Did I even put you on the board? Hold on. Hold on, where's Heather? Heather, okay, Heather, I got you, don't worry. So Doc 64, are you around? I don't see Doc 64 on the screen. Is Doc 64 here, everybody? I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to tear it out. Okay, I'm going to spin again. La, 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 la. Mariana. Is Mariana here? Mariana. Mariana. Is Mariana here? If not, we'll move on. I'll shuffle a little bit. You know what? I need to sit. I'm getting pretty burned out here. Primary, you are, okay, hold on. Is Mariana in the house? If not, we're going to tear it up and move on. I know a lot of people had to go home and go to bed. It's okay. No worries. I don't take it personally. All right. So we're going to move on again. Let's have a look. I'm going to spin. Toshiba. Good. Let's have a look. Toshiba. Wow. Toshiba, you got lucky, man. Wow. You're up, Toshiba. Yay, go Toshiba. In fact, I just see your name on the screen. Name fly by on the screen. What's that? LKV 1000? Is it too late? Yeah, it's too late. Sorry. Bye. No, I'm going to put you on the screen, but there's not much room. I'm going to put IKV over here. IKV 1000. Okay, that's you, IKV 1000. You're here. And we have another one in the room. We have Elizabeth Boucher in the room. And thank you for arriving. Toshiba is here. We are now reading for Toshiba. Yay. Here we go, people. Here we go. All right, here we go. Let's just see what happens. This is what we do every day at Tarot Lumination. Just a lot of it goes on behind the scenes. Yes, yes it does. All right, it's very late at night for a big part of the world. And I'm very grateful for the few of us who are here tonight. It's like a little warm, happy family at my house. And I'm happy to have you at the House of Tarot Illumination. Here we go. Here's your situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to handle it. Okay, Toshiba? Just for kicks. You may be determined, or maybe your environment is making you feel all fired up, like, I want to get to the truth of things. I want to know what's going on in my life, in my world, and I just want to get on with it. Honestly, Toshiba, just hope you don't tread on other people's toes, or if that's everyone, it's like if it's a stampede in your situation where there's too much energy right now, don't let anybody step on your toes, okay? Let's have a look. What's the matter? Oh, Toshiba. So if you're kind of in, are you down in the dumps? Basically, that's all we're seeing here right now. It's really simple. If you're in a situation where you're just kind of like in the blahs, like blah, life, yeah, I'm Toshiba, I do this, I'm hanging out with Tarot Illumination on YouTube, and this is kind of cool, it's fun, but deep down inside of you, you're feeling like, it's not like you're having a complete major breakdown and you're just crying your eyes out and curled up in a ball on your sofa. No, it's more like feeling like this sort of sense of numbness and dullness about life, where it's almost like you're being a little hard on yourself, like, oh, maybe I could have done this, or I should have done that, or maybe if only. And you can get really sucked up into that energy for the long term, where it just becomes like a general atmosphere where you're always walking around in this expecting like the worst, like, oh God. Even when I do get a cell phone plan, I know it's going to be really expensive, so why bother? I know I should do this, I know I should do that, but what's the point? Because it's just not going to work anyway. Maybe I should save more money. Maybe I should go on a diet. Maybe I should get another job. Maybe I should go to college. I don't know. What does it matter? Blah. No. Okay? So if you're suffering from a little bit of that, we all do, at least to some extent, okay? No big deal. But just all I'm saying is just don't forget that miniature micro ace of cups is still out there for you, just as long as you change your perspective. So what is the challenge here while you're down in the dumps? That you're just struggling to hold on. It's almost like poor Toshiba in the dumps, and really all I'm doing is just trying to hang in, you know? And that's a challenge because it's almost like this energy feeds on itself. If you feel like oh, how am I going to put this? I got to put this in a way that it's really simple and understandable. Like, to me, when I was a kid, I would say things to myself like, think good thoughts, okay? Like positive thoughts breed positive outcomes. Good attitudes breed good outcomes, and so on and so on. So like, even if things are feeling shitty about it, by changing your attitude and your focus, even though it feels shitty. And even if like, you know they're shitty, and like you can actually prove it. Like I can actually prove it to you people. Everybody on Tarot Illumination, I can prove it. I don't actually have as much money as I need and want. I don't have all the beauty I need and want. I don't have all the truth and the facts of life that I want, or the education or the stamina or anything, and I can prove it. What? Everybody has that. It's just like Tarot Illumination could be more. We could all be more and could be better. So if you're like scared that you're not all that, if you're scared that you haven't got enough of what you need, if you're scared that you're not happy enough, it's understandable, but you have to understand that's an attitude, that's a perception, that's a decision. And so it becomes a self-fulfilling, whatever they call it, prophecy and outcome. Like if you keep focusing on woe is me, or focusing on lack, the law of attraction and action. You attract lack, you attract woe is me, and it just compounds on itself, and it just gets slowly worse and worse and worse. And then you can prove it to yourself. You can say to yourself, well, I showed you, everybody, I could prove it. Things just get worse and worse and worse. Now, how dumb is that? I don't see, but all I'm trying to do is point out how energy works. So how are we going to deal with this? We got to snap you out of this. Okay, kaboom, kaboom, all right? So Toshiba, please, like, it's like, again, this is almost like a group hug situation. It's almost like Toshiba needs to know for a fact, not just a piece of information as an intellectual pile of words that are being spoken to her on Tarot Illumination. She needs to feel it in her body that the energies are shifting, and that by shifting your attitude and trusting and knowing and understanding that everything is exactly as it should be, the fates are unfolding exactly as they should be, all the energies of the universe, earth, air, fire, and water, all your friends and your family and everything is stuff that's happening, all the cool stuff that's happening, it's all happening simultaneously. And guess what? It's all happening for your best. It's a question of, can you handle that? Can you understand that? If shitty things are happening, it means there's stuff that needs to be understood and addressed. If things aren't as good as they could be, that's a wake-up call to have a look and understand that you're actually incredibly fortunate compared to some people. Compared to some people, your life is a fucking miracle. And so even though if you might feel you're in the dumps and feel like you don't have all that, and it's the challenge is to maybe lock it down and stabilize yourself, please understand that the good way to move forward is please understand and remember, Toshiba, that the energy of the universe is there for you. It's there for you, for your benefit. It's just a question of understanding it, tuning into it, and accepting it. The hardest part is accepting it. All right. Feelings. I got a bit carried away. I'm sorry. It's getting really late and I'm getting kind of wobbly. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for showing up. Okay. I didn't mean to get all harsh and mean on you, Toshiba. I had to call it out. I had to. I really, really had to call it out. I'm sorry. I got really kind of pissed off there. Let's keep going. I got a couple more inside of me. Okay, I got a couple more. So, I guess right for Toshiba. I mean, we've been going for hours, people. For hours, and look at all these people who have not. A lot of people have checked in. They never got a reading, and they've already checked out. The regulars are still here. Thank you. I love you guys. The show wouldn't go on without you. And we'll check in with some of you later on. We got some late arrivals like IKV and so on. I mean, I don't know what to do. And, oh, wait a minute. Look at this. Arrivals already. Denise. This is insane. What am I supposed to do, people? I got Denise. 22 run. And all that. Like, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I've been checking in weeks. Abby is saying the newbies should be on the top of the list. Okay, I know what you're saying, Abby, but the thing is, half the time the newbies don't arrive until the list is halfway already written. The list doesn't mean anything because when I spin the rod, it just kind of goes in a big circle anyway. That's all I'm doing is I'm spinning and I'm spinning and I'm spinning, and it just lands up on a name. You know what? I gotta be honest with you. I think I got one left. One left. And oh yes, I remember 22. I remember that. You know what? And I asked you to get back to me and remind me. Got it. So guess what? Thanks, Abby. 22 up. All right. 22. We're just going to do it. We're just going to freaking do it. And by the way, I'm going to finish the bottle. Nobody can stop me. Oh, man. And then we're going to dance the night away. We're going to burn out the last logs on the fire until everybody goes home happy. All right, so 22, you are up. You are up. Abby, you're fucking awesome. Wow. All right, let's just hey, come on, people, no fighting, no fighting. I saw that about the dungeon. Come on, people, that's not fair. God. In the middle of a turf war here or something like that. It's not cool, but I really, really thank you all for the support. It really, really helps. And yeah, we're doing this thing on like a micro shoestring, but hey, it's actually working. Tarot Illumination is actually working. It is embryonic. It's still like a little chrysalis. And so that's cool. So the key thing is to keep it going. And luckily, Terra Illumination is ambitious and loves doing this. I'm passionate about this. I love doing it. And this is kind of like a lot of learning for me here. Okay, enough. Let's do the show. All right, here we go. This is it. So I'm going to cut it up. We're going to cut it up. And we're going to do this and this and this. So 22, this is the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to handle it. What's the weather like? So 22, nice way to leave the evening. This is the sun card. You couldn't want a better card to support you, okay? This is like almost the ultimate card of happiness and abundance and joy. This is necessarily your energy. All I'm suggesting is that you're in the right place at the right time. If it just means being on Terra Illumination right now, this is the right time and the right place. Because then you get to experience what, even if it's just in a microscopic way, you get to experience the healing power of love. You get to experience the energy of heaven. You get to experience what happens when people from all aspects of life come together in complete openness and complete like innocence, and they just decide, I'm going to share who I am, what I've got. With everybody else. And I'm going to do it just because. Even if it doesn't make any sense, we love anyway. Okay? Even if you don't understand what the fuck is going on, you love anyway. It's really important to do that and understand that. Noticed here is that a lot of people have so much expectation, they don't understand how much they become the cause of their own self-undoing. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is to just and let the shit happen. People need whatever shit they deserve, let it happen. And don't be trapped in the energy of compassion, of well-intended compassion, because that could be a very, very powerful, subtle form of self-undoing. So anyway, I just thought I'd mention that. Okay, I'm coming kind of unglued here. I'm sorry. It's the end of the night, and I'm burned out as much as you guys. So 22, you're blessed, okay? Some way or other, you are blessed, and you're swimming in it, whether you know it or not. So what's the situation? Fuck yeah. Whatever's been going on in your life, if you've been through hell, if you've been through like just like situations or circumstances together anyway, despite whatever it is, and you're in a situation where from out of the blue, you're getting a chance to self and like start all over again. Miraculous healing, miraculous intervention, where even if you don't feel you deserve it, even if it doesn't make any sense, you are like you are redeemed. Everything is reconciled. It doesn't matter what the hell you did to anybody or what anybody did to you. It doesn't matter anymore. You get to live at the epicenter, like what I would call the healing power of love. It's almost like tell the difference between yourself and heaven, if that makes any sense. And that's an amazing place to be, because I can vouch. I can vouch for a fact that heaven exists, and that there are moments in time where you will understand that there is no difference between you and heaven, and that you are the essence of love, okay? And that while you're here on this planet, you have an obligation. Your primary obligation is to be loving, okay? Love anyway. So what's the challenge? The challenge is that deep down 22, it's just that uh, it's just that the challenge might be that, like, oh God, okay, anyway, the challenge might be that deep inside you know you have a lot of issues that need to be addressed, deep wounding, a lot of deep suffering, a lot of self-deception, a lot of self-harm, a lot of harm that has been received, whether you deserved it or not. It doesn't even matter. And then it leaves you in a situation where you feel like you're challenged and tested up to the max. You don't want to deal with it, and that's understandable. And yet you know also deep down inside that the most effective thing to do is like actually face the challenges and situations that need to be resolved. Because, sorry, I got really kind of like disoriented there on the reading when I saw the first two cards. It struck off some energies inside of myself, and I had to reconcile. So I'm trying to reconcile right now live rather than doing it. So like if you're in a very fortunate situation where you're getting a chance to reboot your life where everything is forgiven, then you're very extremely lucky, extremely fortunate, extremely blessed. So the challenge is now moving forward, ending like now that you have redemption, reconciliation, given an opportunity to like have a cold stark look at yourself and how in some ways you could have been the cause of your own self undoing by like carrying a lot of pain and wounds and suffering from yourself and others, whether you deserved it or not, just as a way of getting through life. In other words, carrying yourself like a pincushion. In other words, allowing horrible stuff to happen to you and just letting it happen because you just have so much strength and natural ability and to absorb a lot of pain and suffering. Well, that's not cool. You deserve a life of your own too, okay? You don't have to walk around with all that. You don't have to be a pincushion for everybody else, okay? Where everyone else can dump all their shit on you. You have to be that way. You've got your own shit to deal with, and that needs to be taken care of. Some people are like that. Some people are so selfless, so giving, so loving that they don't even know that they're almost like causing self-harm. They are just, their whole energy is about compassion. And other people sense that. They see this like little, like, it's like a Post-it note on your forehead that says, oh, sucker, 22 is a pincushion. I can dump all my shit on 22. Yeah. That's so cool. And then 22 accepts it. Okay, you don't have to be that way all the time. You have a right to be you. Okay, you have a right to all of this joy and happiness, pincushion for other people. So how are we going to deal with it? So if you're feeling like you're constantly in a state of flow on the receiving end of other people's shit, other people's unrelenting, excuse me, let's, unending, like irresolvable issues because they get just sucked up in their own like futile dramas. The way to handle your situation, 22, is to I'm going way out on a limb here. I'm just going to call it like how I feel it. It's like catch yourself and remove yourself from everyone else's crap. Okay? So that you don't get sucked into their crap, their drama, their shit, which has no resolution. It's just ongoing, eternal crap. And you set this down. You set this down. You set down aside the energy of futile conflict, and you accept, and you allow redemption and reconciliation to happen in your life, where you can now, your turn to be happy. You don't have to be a pincushion for everybody else anymore and take on their woe is me, their misery, and instead, you love you first, okay? Love you first, okay? 22. It's really, really important. Really important. All right, I'm sorry. I got really fucked up in that reading. It really caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting anything like that. I didn't expect it to read out this way, but I just had to call it how I feel it. I can't do it anymore this evening, so we're done. I'm going to call it quits, and we're just going to hang out until everybody falls asleep and goes home, okay? Just like you would do at a regular campfire. On everybody. So I really love doing this shit for you. I really do. I don't even need to shuffle anymore. I'm going to play a song. That's fine. Read Spanish. I don't know how to read it. I wish I could. I'm sorry if your internet was crap. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hope you got something out of that 22. I kind of like got carried away there, and I took advantage of your reading. I don't know what happened to me. I just kind of fell into it. And I kind of fell into a vortex. I felt like I felt your energy, so to speak. I wanted to, I felt like I wanted to connect with you. For everybody around that little campfire, sit in this kind of energy. I don't know if you understand that yet, but this is the energy that really turns me on. This stuff, and I want to be illuminations for Terra Illumination to be a facilitator, like that little particle accelerator, that thing they talk about much about it before, and until I met this person, and she has been very, very instrumental in my own growth, in my own awareness about the energies of love and healing, and the energies of how it really works, like how love breeds love, how being willing to love anyway. Okay, people, I'm kind of coming unglued. I'm just going to play some music. I'm sorry. I'm going to play a little song. I'm going to play a little song. I want to play that Ether song again. I can't help it. I love it so much, and it makes me feel so happy. And I've been getting a lot of good comments about it. So I'm going to play it again. I hope you don't mind. Play it out.
Through the ether. Playing up and around in in our mountains, in our seas, in our forests, with all of our stones, exploring one another, pushing our boundaries, love, and you comfort me from leaving, and you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me, and you assure me from leaving, that we're okay, and it's gonna be okay. You're holding my hand all the way. Our innocence is becoming so apparent in our magnificence at the same time too. With your permission and our shared ambition, get the chance to discover our truth. And you comfort me through the ether, and you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me, and you'll assure me through the ether that we're okay, everything's gonna be okay. That you're holding my hand all the way. That you're holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Through the ether. Playing up and around in our mountains, in our seas, in our forests, with all of our stones, exploring one another, pushing our boundaries like new lovers. And you comfort me from leaving, and you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me, and you assure me through leaving that we're okay, and it's gonna be okay. But you're holding my hand all the way. Our innocence is becoming so apparent in our magnificence at the same time too. With your permission and our shared ambition, get the chance to discover our truth. Can you comfort me from the ether? Can you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me. Can you assure me through the ether that we're okay? Everything is gonna be okay. That you're holding my hand all the way. That you're holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Through the ether. Laying up and around in our mountains, in our seas and our forests, with all of our stones, exploring one another, pushing our boundaries like your lover. And you comfort me from leaving. When you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me. And you assure me from leaving that we're okay. Everything's gonna be okay. That you're holding my hand all the way. Our innocence is becoming so apparent, magnificent at the same time too. With your permission and our shared ambition, get the chance to discover our truth. And you comfort me from the ether. Tell me, I can tell that you worried about me. And you assure me from the ether that we're okay. Everything is gonna be okay. That you're holding my hand all the way. That you're holding my hand all the way. My hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Okay. Through the ether. Laying up and around in our mountains, our forests, with all of our stones, exploring one another. We're pushing our boundaries, lovers. And you comfort me through the ether. And you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me. And you show me through the ether. Everything is okay. Everything is gonna be okay. And you're holding my hand all the way. Our innocence is becoming so apparent, magnificence at the same time too. With your permission and our shared ambition, get the chance to discover our own truth. And you comfort me through the ether. Tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me. You assure me through the ether. Everything's okay. Everything is gonna be okay. That you're holding my hand all the way. That you're holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Up there, I'm kind of wiped out, and I'm gonna call it a night.
I love you guys.
Through the ether.
I'm gonna leave it. This is for everybody who was at the show.
Laying up and around in our mountains, in our seas and our forests, with all of our stones, exploring one another, pushing our boundaries like new lovers. And you comfort me from when you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me. And you assure me through the and we're okay. Everything's gonna be okay. But you're holding my hand all the way. Our innocence is becoming so apparent, and it sounds at the same time too. With your permission and our shared ambition, get the chance to discover our own truths. And you comfort me through the ether, and you tell me you're worried about me. You assure me through the ether that we're okay. Everything is gonna be okay. But you're holding my hand all the way. That you're holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way.